It's too dang hot. It's too dang hot. Welcome on in. Good to see you, Jeremy. Good to see you, Watermelon. Good to see you, Noobly. Hope y'all are doing well. It's crazy because I started reading this like 2 months ago. This has been on our radar for like a little bit. It was like, I think I want to say after I finished House and Fata Morgana, I was like, oh hey, I want another really good visual novel to check out. And I was like, okay, the next time we do one, after we finish up everything we're doing with like our visual novel days, because we like to have like a day specifically for visual novels. I was like, okay, Umineko's next, so it's like perfect timing, you know? Yeah, I'm on chapter 4. I've heard this is quite the lengthy one. I mean, coming from Fata Morgana, from like Somnium Files, Slay the Princess, you know, all those. Comparatively, I think the length of this one is almost like quadruple for a few of those and like double the Morgana. So we're going to be in it for the long one. Hope you're ready for some emotional damage. That's what we're here for. We're here to feel feelings, and that's primarily it. One feeling I'm not feeling is this gosh dang heat. I'm getting like zero circulation from the air control. What is it called? Air conditioner? I'm getting zero circulation from this air conditioner in the house, my room, constantly in a state of like, holy fuck, it's so hot. And the only way for me to like not want to die is to keep this middle partition in my room open. But when I do that, my dog tends to like fuck around with my cat. He gets very riled up very easily, and I don't like when that happens while I'm streaming. So we're trying a new tech out. I've completely like blocked off the door. Any reasonable dog won't be able to push the barriers I've put in place, but maybe my dog's got the blood of Lloyd Bannings in his system, and he can overcome any barrier to kind of be a dipshit to my cat. It's very, very long. I'm almost done with the questions arc and I have 80 hours of playtime. Whoa! Yeah, that's scary, because that means it's probably going to be like 160 hours for me. If it's not as like direct as like Fata Morgana, because like Fata Morgana didn't really require like choices. I don't know if this is the type of game that's like, oh, you do this choice, you have this route, and then like boom, boom, boom. But if it is, like, we're totally screwed. But yeah, needless to say, shoot, what was it? What did I do this week? My last stream was on Wednesday? My last stream was on Thursday. It was on Thursday. We finished Persona 2, no choices. Okay. So at least that means that we're gonna like be going through it smoothly. But yeah, last stream on Thursday, we finished Persona 2. Friday, we were catching up with, like, of course, all the 9 animes that we're watching. And then on Saturday, yesterday, we had our beach episode. And boy, oh boy, was it a beach episode. For those of you who didn't know already, we went to the beach as like a thing that I just kind of wanted to do. My girlfriends wanted to go to the beach for a little bit. So I was like, okay, let's figure out a day and let's go do it. So planned for it yesterday. I woke up at 3:30 in the morning after an hour of sleep. Because, yeah, after all the anime and stuff, I got out of watching anime at like 1 a.m. I got out at 1 a.m., tried to sleep, until eventually it felt kind of futile. And I only got like 30 minutes to like an hour of sleep before I had to pack the car. And I got to the beach. I got to the beach around 5:30 in the morning. They opened the beach proper at 5 o'clock in the morning. So it's not like I wasn't the first person there, but it was like dang near close. And the only reason I got there so early is because the beach that I went to has these fire pits that you need to kind of first come, first serve. And I wanted to do like a bonfire type thing at the end of the day. Are you playing the Switch version with English patch or a Steam version with the 7th mod? We're doing Steam with the 7th. So we have like the new sprites, or like the PS3 sprites, with the additional like audio voice acting. Speaking of, like, the voice acting cast for this game is like mad stacked. Like, it's kind of incredible. Either like these voice actors that I continue to find when I play my games are in every project in existence, or I just happen to pick every game that has like, you know, these crazy stacked portfolio voice actor castings. But yeah, Umineko time. Hello, Brando. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, we got to the beach at 5:30 in the morning. I was chilling for a little bit. In my like lonesome time while I waited for people to show up, I'd set up like, you know, my umbrella / tent thing, and kind of just like set up a chair and started reading. I brought my Trails into Destiny book for the TTRPG thing that I have planned to, you know, kind of just brainstorm about what I want to do. I haven't told the people in my campaign yet, but I'm kind of squarely thinking about maybe running it in Jurai. I kind of want to do a Jurai campaign. And I guess we'll kind of see where it goes from there. Because, like, Jurai is like a port city, and I kind of want to do it at, like, a port city place or somewhere along the coast. Yeah, it is so stacked, though. And also, hello, Flash. Good to see you, too. Good to see you, too. Happy Sunday. But yeah, like, was reading that, studying up on everything I needed to know for that. Kind of also started reading Redwall as well. Not what I expected. It is a book with, like, small creatures as its characters. Like, I know, like, I mean, they've got, like, rats and, like, all sorts. I'm not sure how to place it, but it is kind of kids book coded. Who's the favorite so far? Favorite so far, Umineko? I don't know. I don't know if I have one yet. Like, I'm thinking about it. And... oh, Redwall has an animated show? Oh, I'm curious about that. But, I don't know. Maybe, like... I'm kind of digging the main guy. But it's been a week, so, like, a bit of it is kind of, beyond... oh, no. I take it back. Okay. I think Canon is my favorite. I think they can really cook something crazy with Canon. So I'm waiting to see what they do with them. Yeah, it does older one, but it's an older one, but yeah. No, yeah, I'm aware that it has like a ton of books too, because I got Redwall as a book from a book meetup that I did at the end of last year. As long as you don't say the ooh girl, then it's okay. Are we hating on the ooh girl? She's kind of silly. I saw someone on Blue Sky earlier in the week, and they were like, "Oh, I think I found my new favorite character," and it was the little like ooh girl, and I was like, "Oh, neat." She's kind of silly. I do kind of like her. What about Maria and Rosa? I'm gonna need to be reminded about Rosa, but Maria is the ooh girl, right? The one that kind of has that vocal stem of being like, ooh. Eventually, but not now. Okay. Has the banjo orgy happened yet? Not quite. We're not necessarily that far yet into, you know, the questionable family antics that is the, like, super rich island owners here. But welcome on in. I don't know if I said that already. But yeah, I mean, some of these relationships are kind of wild. Yeah, Rosa is the ooh girl's mom. Okay, that's right. I am casting heavy suspicion on Rosa. Like, something about her is giving heavy, like, I don't know, like masking, the conditions she maybe treats Maria. So I'm like, I don't know how to feel about her yet. I don't know enough about her yet, but like, there's just something very kind of like facetious. I think that's the right word, right? There's something very facetious about her that I like can't quite clock yet. Maybe I'm like reading her wrong, but we're still like only like chapter 1, right? So obviously there's a lot more to be discovered. The DV is real. But yeah. Yeah, the beach was cool. I got tossed along the waves. We were, well, let me run it back a bit. So I was reading, had some friends come up, and they came fully stacked. Sir Ian and Sir Watermelon showed up, and Man, Yana's nothing if not like incredibly prepared for things like going to the beach. He pulled up with like a canopy and like gas stoves and like a billion different ingredients. We were out on the beach kind of just like really feasting on all sorts of really great stuff like marinated pork belly and like he made takoyaki and okonomiyaki. I had like some hot dogs and burgers. We had s'mores. Like we were eating good. Yeah, I think Rosa and Maria are artistic, but Maria is way more obvious. Yeah, Maria for sure is giving like a little bit autism vibes. She is a small autistic creature meme PNG. Just give that little creature like the crown and there you go. Yeah, I spent the last like 24 hours min-maxing my time for Uma and the old visual novels I had in my backlog. Was going to do it for Sky Reach Ship, then we got the itch. That's good. I'm glad that you got the itch and didn't have to turn it into content. It is great to have things that aren't specifically just for content. Like me, been so incredibly into Helldivers 2. I've been playing a lot of Helldivers 2. I'm already level 48 and I only really started playing this month. And it's like, whoa, we're going crazy on it. Those automatons and like the Terminids and like, I haven't really fought the Illuminate too much yet, but they don't know what hit them. Yeah, I didn't even get to the watermelon. True. Yeah, because there was watermelon too. The Corrosters met up for a party and didn't invite me. It was just a, oh, you know, actually there was kind of a lot of Corrosters there now that I think about it. Because Sir Ikaboom was there too. Okay, so 4 Corrosters walk onto a beach. Maria's so me when I was a little autistic kid. Yeah, she seems like... She seems cool. I like Maria. I like Maria so far. Rosa, maybe the fact that I'm getting those feelings from Rosa is just because she's maybe putting up like some sort of like mask in order to like present herself to the rest of the family that she's more like high functioning than she might be. And I think that would be kind of a really interesting way to read the character too. Yeah, I've been reading Yumesetsu. Apparently it's Yuri and a banjo route. Feels like it's a canon route, but no. Yumesetsu. Or Yumeitsutsu. I don't know if I've heard of that one, but I'll definitely like keep an eye out for that. But yeah. Sir Watermelon, Sir Yan showed up. Then a lot more other people showed up. We had a really great time. I got a kind of really bad sunburn on my forehead. Like, in the act of me opening up my eyes wide, I can feel like the crunchiness of the like, well, not crunchy because it's not necessarily me losing skin, but some very dry feeling about it. We luckily kind of avoided sunscreen, we luckily avoided sunburn on every other part of my body, but my forehead seems to have taken quite a toll. Epstein really ruined the story promise of rich people on a private island. Yeah, we kind of lightly touched on that in that first episode, or that first stream. I say episode like we're doing this as like episodic content, but in that first stream where I think it came up and I was like, oh yeah, ain't that unfortunate? That yet another thing tainted by that asshole. Because like the effects it's had on Kiseki as a franchise, at least in like the Western world, I'm not sure if the same kind of like feeling exists in like, you know, JP releases and stuff, but you know, the sheer thought of like the Epstein Foundation and like, you know, like what were the secrets that Epstein was keeping about like, and it's like, oh. Yeah, don't worry, there isn't specifically. Okay, good. I'm glad. Yeah, I can't really recommend it so far, but it's cute though. Yeah, Yumetsutsu. It's like the ever-present shadow. The ever-present shadow of like the ultra-rich. But yeah, big sunburn, managed to fight Poseidon at a very high risk to myself. Was carried away by the tide for a little bit. We did not need rescuing. And all during the time in California where I think there's like a supposed thing going on right now in the San Diego area, which is like obviously not close to me, being like LA County, but there was this like thing that was happening in San Diego apparently where there was like a sewage and chemical runoff that went into the ocean and was contaminating the beaches. And it's like, oh, well, that's like an hour and a half from this beach. Bet. Let's get water in our noses, and like when it gets in our noses, also like low key gets in your mouth and makes you want to throw up. Yeah, let's do that. Ayo, oof, yeah. Godzilla about to appear for real though. Yeah, I was seeing videos from the San Diego beaches where like people were walking around with cameras like on the coast, and there was like genuine sewage just like getting thrown onto the sand. And I was like, ugh. Water was looking good though. Water was looking good where I was at. So we were willing. I mean, the ocean's already incredibly gross anyways. So it's like, you take what you can get to jump in the water, right? But yeah, it was fun. Got really deep in there. Tanked a couple of waves. Also brought my girlfriend out into the ocean too for a little bit. She kind of has like a little bit of a phobia about the ocean. But we were kind of working through it and kind of taking baby steps into it, which was cool. And then I laid down on the beach, and then the waves took me and I knocked her down. And then we went back and got food. We went back, got food, made s'mores, and then we called it a night. It was overall like a pretty good beach day. I was out there for longer than 12 hours. Because if I got there at 5:30 in the morning, and left at like 10 p.m., that's a long time. She needs to play Subnautica. I don't think she has a fear of like the depths, more so the fear of being pulled in by the tide. Because something that really interests her, and it in itself is also kind of interesting too, is she's a big fan of that one fear. It's like the fear of like submerged animatronics. If y'all know what I'm talking about, like there's a certain look to like old water rides and the animatronics that like existed in them. It's like sub-animatronic something phobia or something. And like she really likes looking at videos of those. So like I don't think she's afraid of like deep waters, more so just being pulled into said deep waters and losing control. And I mean, yeah, like valid fear. That's like saying you're afraid of heights because like you don't want to fall. Like I don't want to get pulled into the ocean, but you know, that's just a part of it. That's like a healthy fear to have, I think. Okay, but yeah, that was my yesterday. Then then today we kind of just like chilled for a bit. I tried for the first time too. I had some vegetarian chicken patties, and it's chicken with like an apostrophe N, so it's not actually chicken. I ate that for dinner tonight, and low-key kind of good. I picked them up randomly for $2 at a Walmart. Normally they're like $10, but they were on sale. I think they were trying to get rid of them. And I mean, for $2, I am incredibly happy with eating these like vegetarian patties. Like I would eat more of them. I just wish I had something to eat them with, because I'm kind of just like imagine pulling apart a chicken patty from like a McDonald's McChicken. I was just doing that. Finished watching a Let's Play of Ace Attorney Apollo Justice. We need to hop on Ace Attorney too. That's like up there in my plan to read visual novels, along with the likes of Danganronpa and like the sequel/prequel side stories to Fata Morgana. I need Apollo and Clavier to make out violently. Yeah! When we get there, we'll know. When we get there, we'll know. My Ace Attorney experience is like a part of I didn't really get super far. Maybe I did. I got to like the Miles Edgeworth case. I remember like the case was like, oh, he shot someone on a boat, And that's as far as I got when I played it as a kid on my DS. Since then, we haven't really hopped back on, but I remember really, really enjoying it. So, I don't know, one day when we finally get back to it, I am very excited. That's the end of the first game? Oh, okay. So, like, we started that case and didn't actually finish it, so, dang. Yeah, Umineko takes some inspiration from Ace Attorney. Oh, interesting. Oh, and speaking of Umineko, I did look up the plaguing audio issue that was happening with the previous stream. Y'all might be able to hear it right now. There's like a little bit of audio clipping. So apparently, this is a known bug for Umineko, and it does fix itself after chapter 1. There isn't a fix for it. We just kind of had to grit our teeth and bear it for a little while, because apparently chapter 1 had these audio issues even on the PS3. So it's like, that's a shame. But on the bright side, that does mean that once we get to chapter 2, we won't be having this issue anymore. So sad, but inevitability of the visual novel reading. Like, I think if we were doing this as a recorded content kind of thing, we could kind of skip around this whole, like, weird audio issue, but unfortunately, we love to read live. I played the first chapter unmodded. That might be a solid way to do it, but I also kind of want parity with the rest of the chapters too, so it's like, It might just get better throughout chapter 1, hopefully, because I saw that it was like, it said chapter 1, it didn't necessarily say all of chapter 1. So maybe by the end, it does fix itself. Okay. Take a swig. I think 20 minutes of yapping's pretty good, especially for the busy couple of days I've had. Take a swig, and let's see. Last time we left off, we all got to the island. We noticed that, like, oh, the family seems to be beefing it in the other room. There was the lady with the spaghetti hair that I believe, at least I believe that's what Flash said. And Watermelon also agreed too. Like, some sort of spaghetti hair. She had a fan. She made my nose bleed. I mean, not her, but we had a nosebleed. While she was, like, kind of really tearing into the lady of the house. And it's like, Eva, thank you. Yeah. One stream. Give us, like, 2 more streams and we'll have all these names listed. Like, I genuinely, oh, wait, okay. Do I remember? What was the name of the main character? Was it Brawler? I remember, was it Grappler? It was like, it had something to do with fighting. Well, I guess it'll come up. Battler, thank you. Okay. There we go. It's all coming together. It's all coming back. Unfortunate side effect of a 1 week break between reading sessions. It's such an iconic name. It is. And unfortunately for me, I kind of just paired it up with a bunch of, like, fighting game techniques or, like, roles. I was like, oh yeah, is he named Zoner? Is he named Grappler? Is he named I don't, that's the extent of my knowledge. Battler is a kind of more Chad version of Keiichi. We don't know a Keiichi, but if you're telling me we might one day run into someone who's like a slightly less Chad version of Battler. Interesting. The 4 of us cousins were enjoying our stories, just shooting the breeze. Anyways, there were both girls and guys here. Plus, we had people over a wide spread of ages. Adults, high school, and elementary school. No elderly? No seniors? Even if we just talked about our own lives, the other 3 kept listening attentively. Oh, Keiichi from Higurashi. We didn't read Higurashi. We gotta read Higurashi. I'm hoping that, like, this game doesn't ruin Higurashi for me. But I know that it takes place, like, later in the Higurashi timeline. Or if not later, then, like, I have no clue. But yeah, we'll play it in, like, reverse. The puzzle will be made before the pieces are introduced. I think I'm finally getting used to all this. Jessica and Maria have grown more than I could imagine in the past 6 years. Yeah, you don't need to read Higurashi to understand Umineko. That's what I've been told. So that's what I'm like crossing my fingers for. It's like, it shares similar themes supposedly, but it isn't a required reading, so. To be honest, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable, but talking like this, I guess that on the inside, nothing's really changed since back then. Also, audio okay? I hope it's okay. I'm wondering if, like, I need to... Let me see. Because I should have, but I didn't work on figuring out my sidechaining. Let's drop this one more. Yeah, I'll say Higurashi specifically has some admittedly pretty tame lolicon humor. I mean, that's par for the course, maybe. Did I already read this? I think I'm finally getting used to all this. Jessica and Maria have grown a bit more than I could have imagined in the past 6 years. To be honest, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable, but talking like this, I guess that on the inside, nothing really changed since back then. I agree. You haven't changed a bit even after 6 years. Even though your body's gone gigantic, you're still a kid inside. There she is! There she is with her little crown. You know what? That is something I really do like about her. Her little crown is cute. We like the little crown energy. I'm a kid too. I'm a kid too. Well, even you aren't going to be a kid forever, are you, Maria? I mean, you're going to transform from a kid into a cute young lady, aren't you? And when that happens, that flat as a board chest will reach Jessica levels, huh? Fun fact, the author used to be a social worker. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, I've heard a lot of really great things about this author. I know they were also responsible for Silent Hill F too. Like, weird to say that when most people are like, oh yeah, the person who wrote Umineko wrote Silent Hill F, and not the other way around, which is what I just did, where it's like, oh yeah, the Silent Hill F guy worked on this, or the Silent Hill F author wrote on this. Actually, who is the author again? She's 9-year-olds in your cut. Yeah, right. I kind of glanced over that. I didn't really like call that out, but that is a crazy thing to say to like, not even just a 9-year-old, just anyone. When that happens, you gotta let me touch him, okay? It's a promise. You fucking freak, man. It's okay. I mean, it's not okay. Why did I say it's okay? I meant like, you know. Oh, Van. In another timeline, Van is an absolute sicko. Let you touch him. Promise. No, Maria-chan. You can't make that kind of promise. That's bad, bad, bad. I promise, so I'll let him touch him. I keep my promises. Always keep. It's okay, it isn't real life. Exactly. That's what I was getting at. Maria, you really are an earnest, good girl. The guy you marry is gonna be real lucky. Hey, stop trying to change the subject by making it sound pretty. Maria, that promise never happened. Never. The promise is cancelled? Ooh. As I thought, without Battler-kun in our little quartet, this group of cousins just didn't feel complete. Damn, can't believe they nerfed Battler. These 6 years have been kind of lonely. That's true. We didn't really goof off like this. Still, we did have some pretty constructive conversations, right? Stuff about preparing for our future, exam taking, finding jobs. Oh, I'm so sorry. Now that I'm here, we just talk about stupid stuff and mess around. But I'm having more fun this year. No ooh? Oh. Ooh. That's true. I agree. This year's the most fun yet. Maria's sincere words probably spoke for everyone present. George Haneke stroked Maria's head and she giggled like a happy kitten. Yeah, he's still flirty though. Yeah, that's good. I think if they changed him too much, then that'd be like, you know, changing his whole act. But I think from whatever he is now to like just a bit flirty is like a decent change. Pardon me. Your meal is ready. A timid knocking sound and the equally timid voice of a young woman came through the door. I forget. This was Kugamiya Rie, right? Shannon? No, I'm mixing them up. I think Kugamiya Rie was Maria, right? Kugamiya Rie check. Yeah, Kugamiya Rie was Maria. I forget who was Shannon then. Jessica answered brightly. Shannon, come in. You remember Battler, right? Jessica stood up from the bed and opened the door. He's also 18 and really fucking stupid. To be fair, most people at 18 are really fucking stupid. There stood a servant girl who must have been about our age. It's been quite some time since we last met, Battler-sama. It's nice to see you after 6 years. It's me, Shannon. Trembling a little as she noticed me, she bowed deeply. Jessica had me surprised, but look at you, Shannon-chan. You've turned into a total beauty too, haven't you? You're too kind. Still, food on this island must be really nutritional, huh? They put in the same stuff in the food here that they are putting in the Crossbell water, or the Calvard water. What are you eating? How are you training to get boobs that big? Guess I'll have to feel them a bit to see whether yours or Jessica's are bigger, okay? Hit him. With both hands poised and saliva dribbling from my mouth, I closed in. For the sake of justice and my personal honor, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from any strange disease that makes my lymph nodes itch until I scratch my neck open, and which can only be prevented by fondling breasts. This is just a Battler-style method of communication. Calvard's government will be onto you if you keep saying that. It's okay, it's okay. Calvard's gone. It exploded. What? Who said that? If I slowly close in on her like this, odds are 8 or 9 out of 10 that I get slapped or clobbered, right? So I can use this Battler-sama original technique to spark a gag like that and break the ice. Well, it also means I really do get to touch them on that 1 in 10 chance though, right? Yeah, like that ever happened. At that point, my hands were less than a centimeter away from Shannon-chan's boobs, but the counter-strike had yet to come. Counter-strike? Say that again? She blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment when she realized what was going on. But she just stood there with both hands politely joined in front of her, not even trying to resist or cover her breasts. Oh, I hope this isn't like a sign of things, like, about, like, them not being, them not protecting themselves because they're, like, servants of the island and the whole, like, furniture spiel thing that Canon mentioned. This could, allude to some awful things. Whoa, I wasn't planning on this. Please, hit me right now or I'm seriously gonna... which is why I was glad that Jessica chose that time to drive her elbow into the back of my head. Back of the head blow? He's dead. Oh, thank you so much, Jessica. Why the hell are you thanking me? Seriously, my bad, Shannon-chan. I almost got overwhelmed by your hypnotic chest. More importantly, anyone who gets that close has got to be a molester. Says the guy who was just about to molest. You gotta fight back when people do that. But you are an important guest, Battler-sama. Now look here. A pervert's a pervert whether he's a guest or not. A girl's chest has got an air defense identification range of about 10 centimeters or so. Once someone trespasses within 2 centimeters, that's already an invasion of airspace. So you'd better scramble the jets immediately and give him an instant slap. I couldn't do such a thing. Because we're, furniture. Damn. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, he's trying to teach her to fight back, yeah. I mean, respectable, but like, damn. Of course, she didn't want her breast touched, but if a guest so desired, she was prepared to sacrifice herself to suit their wants. Whoa! I hit the wrong button. No, not like... We're gonna have a Fata Morgana situation all over again, where, like, sometimes I will fat finger a key and it'll, like, skip ahead. Did I skip ahead? A girl like this needs some urgent protection. To think that such devoted girls still existed in this era. It's enough to make a man dizzy. But no. No! I'm coming at you with the perverted face again. Knock me down. Look out, pervert on the loose. This gag can't end until you deliver the punchline, so slap me. Maybe it's less about the grabbing, more about him being a, what is it called? There's like, what is it? I'm blanking on it. There's sadism and there's the one where you like pain. Masochist. Is Battler a masochist? Please, hit me. I cannot fulfill your requests because I'm furniture. But if it were an order, I'd obey you because that's my duty. Then I'll make the order. The next time Battler-kun tries to touch your breast, counterattack with a slap. Got it? Yes. As you wish. From now on, that's what I'll do. Please understand, Battler-sama. Shannon announced this while bowing elegantly to me. Her expression was radiant. I gave her a thumbs up to show her I was fine with it. 6 years ago, you might have been mistaken for a servant's daughter who lent a hand at your parents' work. But now you're a full-fledged adult servant. How long have you been working here? Well, I've had the pleasure of serving this household for about 10 years. I'm assuming that's a Shannon. She's Shannon. The kanji for her name is read as Shannon. Now, here's another name that's far from typical for a Japanese person. Yeah, Shannon is kind of like a... Does it share its roots with, like... It feels kind of, like, British, kind of white. Is Shannon, like, a British name? Where does Shannon come from? Well, maybe the game will explain. Back in the day, I was a kid myself, so I accepted her name without paying it much attention. Thinking about it now, though, her name's pretty unusual, even though she's not a member of the Ushiromiya family. Are they alluding to something here? Yeah, all these Japanese people have the whitest names imaginable, right? Could it be that she's related? Is she blood? Maybe it's like a servant's professional name or something. If so, that might explain why her name's so similar to Kanon-kun, that kid I met earlier in the Rose Garden. She's a long-term servant who served here since she was 6 years old. Her appearance had changed so much that I couldn't match her to the person of my memories, but we both knew each other 6 years ago. That shy part of her had always been there, but she did seem to have developed that allure you'd expect of a girl her age. Especially in her breasts. Yes. That kid we met earlier, Kanon-kun, is her little brother. Oh, okay. So, probably. It's probably true. There's a, like, non-zero chance that she is, also from our, dipshit dad. Our dipshit cheater dad. Probably. It's not been confirmed, but that's the feeling I'm getting. He's not exactly my little brother. Still, he loves me like a big sister. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he? Ah, okay. He's the same as always. If only you were just a bit more sociable. I apologize if he caused you trouble. Nah, he didn't cause any trouble at all. As a fellow man, I understand how moody you can get at that age. It's no surprise he's unsociable. I get called that all the time too. I get called unsociable. Aw. I wouldn't believe it, but... Or I wouldn't clock that immediately, but because she seems like so full of like good energy. Positive, cool vibes. Just like Kanan. You aren't unsociable at all, Maria-sama. Wanted to be like him. You said the meal was ready, right? Yes. I'm sorry. Your meal has been fully prepared, so please allow me to guide you all to the mansion. Shannon bowed again formally, returned to her duty mode. We realized that if we made her stick around for any longer, for any more than a light conversation, it would actually make it harder for her to do her job. We got up off our butts to avoid interfering with her work any further. So, shall we go to the mansion? Everyone's probably hungry, right? Yeah. I'm really looking forward to Goda-san's food. Okay, Goda was the evil one, right? The evil servant who is mean to Shannon and Cannon. Shannon and Cannon. That guy was apparently a chef at the famous hotel. Or at this famous hotel. So he's super good at cooking. We gotta beat him with hammers, y'all. He's gotta get an ass whooping. Whoa, can't wait. Let's go, Maria. We're gonna stuff ourselves like pigs. Ugh. Stuff ourselves like pigs. No. You can't take everything Battler-kun says seriously, okay? Because he's always just joking around. Okay, let's go. Under Shannon-chan's guidance, we headed towards the mansion. Let's get a little more comfortable here. Crossing my legs. We do love to sit in a cross-leg position, even if the chair doesn't facilitate it. Catch me at like the Chili's bar stool with my legs crossed still. Met once again by the magnificent Rose Garden, we continued onward as the intimidating mansion of the Yoshinomiya head family came into view. It had apparently been built shortly after the war, so you could feel the dignity of almost a half-century hanging about it. The building was gorgeous on the surface, but old as it was, equipment such as its AC and heating were apparently quite frail. According to Jessica, midwinter was especially tough, what with all the drafts. Haven't these people ever heard of a kotatsu? It's a very Western house. Get comfortable, this game is a long one. Welcome in, Sugi, hope you're doing well. Have you played Umineko yourself? This is my very first time going through anything, actually, from the writer. Let me get the writer's name, because this is like, isn't it like Ryu something or other? Ryu Akushi or... Let me see. I love the OST though. Okay. Yeah, the OST's been really, really solid so far. As we entered the entrance hall, an aged servant greeted us. Now him, I remembered. Ryukishi 07, thank you. Or Ryukishi 07. Genji-san, who had been working here longer than anyone, filled the role of head servant. Battler-sama, it's been quite some time since we last met. As our eyes met, he greeted me with a calm, composed voice. His bow wasn't as graceful or refined as Goda's, but despite its simplicity, it communicated his feelings very well. Genji-san, it's really been a while. Should I give Battler the van voice? Nah, he isn't really like that. Now that I'm thinking about it, the van voice is more like Damien Haas, right? Than it is like what I do for yeah, because I'm thinking of the van voice in like English dub. Genji-san, it's really been a while. Look well. Thank you. I have been quite well. And Battler-sama, you have become a splendid young man. You are beginning to resemble the master of his youth. Who's getting the Seton voice? We haven't found them yet, but maybe we'll give them, maybe the Seton voice will make a reappearance. I look like grandfather. I guess that means grandfather was pretty popular with the ladies when he was young. From here on, I shall take Shannon's place and accompany you. Please, come this way. Shannon-chan bowed deeply and watched us leave. After that, we headed towards the dining room under Genji-san's guidance. Genji-san, just like Kumasawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people who had grown beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His appearance was exactly the same as in my memories from 6 years ago. It was as though time had stopped since the last time we met. Genji-san was an extremely quiet and diligent person. He was basically grandfather's close aide or caregiver. And you might even call him grandfather's companion of many years. History would call them roommates. In fact, it seems he was by grandfather's side even more often than my late grandmother was. According to Jessica, grandfather trusted him more than any of his blood relatives. But I wonder how long he served. I never got the details, but I heard something about him being here since the very beginning, when the mansion was first constructed. Which would mean that he's dedicated half of his life to serving here. It's easy to see why he's so trusted. As we passed through a massive hall that extended up to the second story of the mansion with no separating floor, I spotted something that hadn't existed in my memory of 6 years ago. Artists would call them Gramps name X Genji. Whoa. Big picture. The doctor's his roommate. What if could he have 2 roommates? Is there room for Genji in this equation? The old man Yaoi polycule. It was an awfully big portrait hanging right in front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. Without thinking, I stopped walking, captivated by it. She kind of looks like the spaghetti lady. What was it? Was it Rosine? Or gosh, y'all said it earlier. Let me like scroll up. Eva. She kind of looks like Eva. Without thinking, I stopped walking, captivated by it. Since I'd stopped so fast, Maria, who was following behind me, ran into my back. Sorry. Yeah, Kenji, come here. I need you to help me out. I think Kinzo's too homophobic. Whoa. We will see. We will see. Sorry. Hey, Jessica. Has that picture always been there? I pointed at the big, prominently displayed portrait in the hall. Everyone else stopped too. Oh, right. When you last came here, that hadn't been hung up yet, had it? When was it again? Well, if my memory doesn't fail me, it was put on display sometime around the year before last. You are correct, sir. In April of the year before last, the master put it on display here, having previously ordered a painter to create it. Grandfather did that. So he paid to have it painted just for him, huh? The portrait of my wife. The portrait suited this Western mansion, and that woman in the elegant dress gave off a sense of refinement. I couldn't have guessed her age, but her sharp eyes and the strong will she seemed to possess made her look youthful. She does look really young in that portrait. Giving, like, anime 17. She seems somehow different from the composed middle-aged women you often see in famous pictures. If she had normal black hair, I might have just assumed it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. However, she had beautiful blonde hair and didn't look Japanese at all. So, just who is this lady? Maria answered the simple question enthusiastically, as though proud she knew the answer. Ooh, I know. She's Beatrice. Oh, Yeah, isn't that, wasn't Gramps, like, yelling that name? Big Beatrice simp. She looks like the Ojos who pull out whips in anime. She does. What? Bayonetta? Beatrice. She's a witch. Didn't you ever hear stories about her long ago? Oh? Big music drop right there. As soon as he said witch. A witch? You mean the witch of this island? I think I already said this, but Rokkenjima is a small island, only 10 kilometers in circumference. However, that's actually pretty massive, considering that only the Ushidamiya family lives here. So only the harbor and the area around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as when it was uninhabited. The vast and empty forest had absolutely no lights, phones, or people passing through. To understand how dangerous that is, you need to forget your common sense as a city dweller. After all, if you happen to fall down a hole in the depths of the forest and sprain your ankle, you'd be cooked. No one would come to save you, no matter how much you cried or screamed. Then, once the sun went down, the forest would be wrapped in complete darkness since there were no streetlights. I wonder what the predator situation on the island looks like. Like, what kind of wildlife can you expect here? Because they got seagulls, of course, because that's what we're hearing. Like around the beach and stuff. But do you think this place has like bears? Would it have like, I don't know, what's like a dangerous? What are the dangerous animals? My brain kind of only goes to bears. And once the sun went down, the forest would be wrapped in complete darkness since there were no streetlights. And since there were no signs, it'd be easy to get lost and confused, losing your sense of direction inside that dark forest. They mentioned wolves. Okay, wolves, yeah. Dang, wolves just roaming around on the island. Nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place. But to the people of bygone eras before the light of civilization drove out the night, forests were as geographically separated from civilization as the sea. Damn. You know what? Facts right there. The woods is a dangerous place to be if, like, that's all you got. Like, think the Alaskan wilderness. That's like raps for most people. There were oceans above the ground. Fishermen who go out into the ocean are putting their lives at risk, despite their technical knowledge. In the same way, hunters who go out to the forest are in danger, despite having specialized knowledge of their own. If children were to go play in such a dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. Yeah, like the guy in the wilderness who got stuck in between a crevice. I feel like that's happened to a couple of people. I was thinking of, gosh, what was the name of that book? There was a book in the general curriculum of, like, general education, I think, in the States. It was it like Call of the Wild or like Into the Wild or something? There was this guy who, like, went out into, like, the Alaskan wilderness and, like, passed away in a bus after, like, doing his bit. Paul Bunsen? I don't know about Paul Bunsen. I feel like they had, like, a different name. It was, like, Alex something, right? Kino, though. Kino. Yeah, I remember really, really liking that book. Was it Call of the Wild? Let me look it up. Oh, Kinzo is a Westabu? Oh. No, Call of the Wild is a video game. If I just, like, go on Google and type in, like, guy who died in bus in Alaska. Ah, right. Christopher McCandless. The pseudonym Alexander Supertramp. I remember Alexander Supertramp. What was the name of this book? It was called Into the Wild. That's what I remember. Into the Wild was a very cool read. 2007 film, so it must have been like middle school or something when I read it. Someone's parents must have thought so. Wait. Yeah, someone's parents must have thought so. Maybe grandmother first said it, or maybe it was grandfather himself. Or perhaps the story has been passed down on this island since ancient times. There's a terrible witch in the forest, so you must not go in. At some point, this ghost story of Rokenjima was born. This is the legend of Rokenjima's witch. That's why when we talk about a witch on the island, we're referring to the master of that vast and savage forest. Come to think of it, when I stayed at this mansion as a little kid, during those eerie nights when the wind and rain pounded on the windows, I remember being terrified by a story of the forest witch who roamed around searching for human sacrifices. So Beatrice, huh? When Aniki mentioned it, I searched my memory and was sure I recalled hearing a name like that when I was little. What would be the realistic reason for someone like Beatrice to be stranded or left on the Rokenjima island before anyone else was here? Because I don't know if they'd be like an indigenous population. Maybe. I see. Still, I totally forgot that the witch in the legend had an elegant name like Beatrice. So, did grandfather go out of his way to have a portrait made just because we grandchildren didn't believe the story? She's the witch from grandfather's delusions. Ever since he had this picture hanged, he's been having a harder and harder time telling the difference between truth and fantasy. To us, she's just a witch that exists in grandfather's mind. But to him, she's a being that exists on this island. Exists. He says that he had that painting made because the rest of us would be incapable of understanding otherwise. So very much like the witch in Fata Morgana. The whole thing is creepy as hell. A lady, this portrait is precious to the master. I beg of you, do not say such things in front of him. I know. Even if you didn't tell me, I'd never do something like that. Jessica glanced at the portrait with an irritated gaze before turning away. Let's go. We're making everyone wait in the dining room. I'm hungry. Kinzo hiring real artists instead of AI? King behavior? True. Only a small portion of this island was controlled by the Yoshiromiya family. All the lawless remainder was the domain of the witch, Beatrice. You might even call her the true ruler of Rokenjima. I felt a faint revival of that unsettling sense of misfortune, which I'd felt when I learned of the tutelary god's shrine being struck by lightning. And I remembered that Kumasawa-san tried to tell an ominous story about Rokenjima before Jessica stopped her. I don't know what she was planning to tell us about the island, but I do know one thing. It isn't the Yoshiromiya family that rules Rokenjima. It's the witch, Beatrice. That's right. After all, this is the witch's island. Adler seems to have a pretty high reverence for the witch. Adler! Ooh, you're slow! When I looked around, everyone was already heading towards the dining room. I hurriedly chased after them. We walked up to the huge double door that led to the dining room. Genji-san knocked. I brought the children. Please pardon the intrusion. The doors were opened and we were invited inside. B rules of the woods, we better keep clear. B rules the woods, yeah. That's B, Beatrice. The dining room, which looked exactly like you'd imagine a rich person's dining room to be, had a super long table that was obviously positioned with no purpose other than to make the guests conscious of their rank. Our parents were already sitting in accordance with that ordering. Right, because that was a thing back then. I mean, I don't know if it's still a thing now, but I seem to remember there being some sort of like connection to really long ass tables and high society. Like having a really long table was a sign of being like incredibly ultra like rich and influential, because it's like, oh yeah, you have a big table. You're late, brats. Hurry up and take a seat. The old bastard pressed us to sit. The only gaps in the group of people were the spots we were supposed to sit, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. The seat at the head of the table, called the incipient chair, was for the most highly ranked reserved for grandfather. It was still empty. He probably wanted to show up last for dramatic effect. From the perspective of... Let me read that again. From the perspective of someone facing the incipient's chair head-on, the seating order went from left to right, with the lowest-ranking seats progressing in rows of 2 further away from it. So the left-handed side of the first row, closest to the incipient's chair, was where Uncle Kraus should have sat, since he was the second highest in rank. It looked like he hadn't arrived yet, so that seat was empty. Across from his chair on the right side of the first row sat the eldest daughter of the family, Aunt Eva, who was the 3rd highest in rank. The left-hand side of the second row was for the 4th highest in rank. There sat my damn dad, Rudolph, the 3rd of the siblings. Across from him on the right side of the second row sat Aunt Rosa, the youngest sibling. At this point, you might expect their husbands and wives to come next. The left-handed seat in the 3rd row, ranked number 6, belonged to Jessica. Opposite to her was George Oniki. I sat next to Jessica, and Maria sat across from me. Dang, so the people who got married into the family are behind the people... I guess that makes sense, like... But it is showing a pretty, like, poignant picture of, like, blood being very, very important to the rankings in this family. Because it's like, oh yeah, first you have the people, like, sired from the original, like, grandpa. And then after that, it's, like, their kids, because they're, like, the 50-50. And then here are, like, the outsiders to the family, like, at the very end. Also, hello, Archeolus. Good to see you. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hopefully you're not in the pressurized heat tank again. That is your work. Oh, it's Sunday. I don't know if you work weekends, but if you do work weekends, hopefully it's not too bad. Opposite her was Uncle Hideyoshi. Next to Aunt Natsuhi, in the second row in the final seat on the left-hand side, sat Kirei-san. The seat opposite of Kirei-san was empty, even though silverware had been set there and everything. According to the ranking system, that spot was where Aunt Rosa's husband should be sitting. Even though he wasn't supposed to be coming, his place was made up. Normally, ranking systems of this sort give spouses equal position as their partners, but the Yoshinomiya family system was unique. Maybe it's a remnant of male chauvinism. If you start with the assumption that a woman's womb is just something to be borrowed, then the children of direct descent would come first, directly followed by the grandchildren. In other words, spouses have no blood ties and are therefore placed at the end of the line. It's terrible, but by this system, my grandmother would have been ranked even lower than me. That's fucked. That's so fucked. You bought a lot of hentai. Huge. Congrats. I did see on the Discord you posted like a ton of like... I don't know. Is doujins the right word? Is doujins the right word? Let me see. Let me check. Yeah. If she were still alive. Well, that is if she was still alive. In their youth, they obey their father. After they get married, their husband. After aging, their children. There's the old saying, women have no home in any realm. Man! That's so dire. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring all this out, I thought it was so great that we could all chat in our little groups. Adult siblings with adult siblings and cousins with cousins. However, now that I can re-examine the seating order after growing up a bit, it stirs up some complicated feelings in me. Aunt Natsui, who was married to the eldest son and was the de facto number 2 in managing this family, sat to my right. Which meant that she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It was hard to imagine what might be going on inside her heart. That's why I made a small apologetic gesture towards her before sitting down. How nice to meet you, Butler-kun. You've grown quite tall, haven't you? Whimpering because I bit my tongue? Wah! Sorry to hear. It's been a little while since I bit my tongue. Honestly, like, I think I bite my cheeks more than I bite my tongue. Yeah. 6 long years of eating well, sampling various cuisines, and deriving sustenance from Mother Earth's bountiful gifts. Hard work, but I pulled through. Growing just like a boy, I see. How tall are you now? I guess about 180 centimeters. But on Nazi, that's where you're supposed to say, heck, sounds like all you did was eat. Oh, I'm sorry. After a short pause, she did laugh with me, but it seemed she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. This woman is Aunt Natsuhi. She is the wife of the eldest son of the family, meaning she's my father's older brother's wife. Is it simpler if I just call her Jessica's mother? It feels bad to say it like this, but while I didn't exactly dislike her, I didn't particularly like her either. She hardly ever spoke with us kids, and all my memories of her involve her talking to the adults about complicated things with a scary look on her face. In fact, since we hardly ever exchanged words, I spent a long time trying to figure out how I should approach her. Though my efforts seem to have ended in failure. The silverware sat neatly on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought in yet. As a general rule, you couldn't start a meal until the person sitting at the head of the table arrived. So as long as grandfather didn't come, lunch would be put on hold indefinitely. Not even the appetizers would arrive. Simply put, the silence in this room was caused by our parents enduring their hunger while they waited for grandfather to arrive. I've written another Xenogears fic. Wow, huge! However, the grandfather from my memories would always show up on time to meals like this. Yeah, if I'm recalling right, Noobly, didn't you write a fic where you did the inverse or something? Like another... Oh no, was it continuing the Seton fic of Seton getting ill? Or did Seton get ill? Or was it like, I forget. I kind of got locked out on my Manio 3 account though. Wow, that sucks. However, the grandfather from my memories would always show up on time to meals like this. I think the continuation was Seton got sick and Faye was fine. Because like the original was Faye got sick. He was the kind of person who would never be so late that it kept everyone waiting. Especially after the entire group had arrived. Haven't finished that one yet. Grandfather's pretty late. As far as I can remember, he was always strict about time. Well, that might have been true 6 years ago. But it hasn't been that way lately. In fact, he's off in his own little world so often that he doesn't even show up at family meals. Still, I figured he'd at least come down today. Then again, I feel a lot more relaxed and happy without him. Jessica. When her mother scolded her, Jessica stuck her tongue out and looked away. No way around it. Might as well wait until the host arrives. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that it was almost 12:20. I can see Natsuhi being cold like this and not being able to like be herself because she's trying so hard to be important to the family. It's like, that's a shame to put all that pressure on her like that. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that it was almost 12:20. And for it not to be like appreciated too. Yoshiromiya Kinzo, the aged family head of the Yoshiromiya head family. This man could be seen in his study. The clock had already passed noon, but he didn't even attempt to rise from his seat. With his spectacles on, he built up a growing pile of books with elaborate bindings, which he then read intently. You couldn't really say that he was having too much fun to stop. Rather, he filled the room with a sense of impatience, or perhaps a sense of impending danger, as though every second wasted was a tragedy. Also, the Noobly link in the Discord for a new fic. The heart remembers what the mind forgets. I see. In the sealed room, a dense dust danced around through the air, which was thick with the stench of chemicals that exuded a mix of suspicious odors. Also, while we're on the topic of a Discord, make sure to go and check out our Discord. Shameless plug. If you're not already in there, hop to it. Yeah, we be posting kind of our daily life stuff, things that we plan for future streams, and like a lot of the times even like works in progress. Like I know during the process of making our most recent cover, I was kind of posting like teasers kind of here and there. So it's a good time. It's a good time. All sorts of discussions being had. In the sealed room, a dense dust danced through the air, which was thick with the stench of chemicals that exuded a mix of suspicious odors. Those odors were somehow sweet and heavy. If anyone with a normal nose came in here, the first thing they'd do would be to open a window and ventilate the room. Also, yeah, going back, he does have a second Beatrice portrait in the room too. The knocking against the sturdy door had been going on for a while. A voice calling father sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kinzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book in his hand and slammed it on the table. Then he yelled at Kraus, who was still knocking on the door. Silence! Enough with that racket, you fool! Who told you the door would be opened if you but knocked? I'll crucify the imbecile! Do you wish to suffer the same fate? Father, this is the day of the family conference, which happens only once a year, is it not? Everyone's gathered down below. Please come out. Kraus called out to his father through the door. Why so angry? Yeah, he's got a big old chip on his shoulder. Kraus called out to his father through the door. Kinzo always shut himself up in the study, hating it when nearly anyone, even his family, entered the room. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call to him from the corridor like this. Molest me not! Just who is this everyone of which you speak? Do you mean the fools trying to drag me out of here? Then kill them all! Tear them apart, use their bodies for firewood, and feed them into the witch's hearth. Put a pot in that hearth to boil the wormwood. Force the imbeciles who dare try to lure me out of here to drink the broth of the apocalypse. I'll soak the I will soak their dregs in liquor. Where is Genji? Call for Genji! Have my demonic absinthe prepared! The whispering of the green fairy reaches me no longer! Where is Genji? Bring him here! On the other side of the door, Kraus, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who stubbornly refused to come out. Maybe use a different word, Noobly, Wool. Absinthe was known for making people trip badly. Also, Kraus. He's the one guy we haven't seen, right? This is Jessica's dad. Totally random thought by one of those therapy lounge chairs might actually be peak gamer chair. I don't know. Oh, you know what? No, you're very right, Sky. If you can get the angle right, holy shit. Can you imagine being posted up on the therapy lounge chair and like the therapist being in the spot where like your monitor is and you're just playing games like that? That'd be so nice. The backrest, incredible. I think about it pretty often that like when I play games in my bed, I'm forced to kind of look up, and because I'm looking up, it's it kind of does a number to like my shoulders and my neck, so like it's kind of awkward. But I mean, I've been playing Stardew with my girlfriend a couple of times now, and she kind of came up with this cool tech. So like with my body pillow, she uses that as like a neck rest on the back of the headboard of my bed. And it's really nice to be able to lean back on that and not feel the pain of having to be like up close to the monitor. Like we're not straining our neck anymore because it was not comfortable before. Looks like he hates me to the core. My voice doesn't reach him anymore. Kraus shrugged as though saying it's no use and smiled bitterly. From the beginning, he hadn't really expected his father to respond to his calls. However, since it was the duty of the eldest son, he had to try as a formality. Kinzo-san, your sons, daughters, and grandchildren have come to see you, have they not? Could you just let them see your face, if only for a short while? Molest me not made me laugh. Molest me not. It reminds me of like a reel that I saw the other day, where it's like people who speak Spanish, but like only a little bit. Or what was it? It was like when you're trying to translate Spanish for someone, but you only know a little bit. And like in Spanish, I think molestando means like to annoy, right? And then like it got like translated as like, oh, they're trying to molest you. And it's like, what? Pause? Shut up! Be silent! You dare to admonish me, Nanjo? I never told anyone to get you. I told them to get Genji. Now call for him immediately. Time is short. The apostles are already readying their trumpets. Why do you not understand this, you foolish sheep? Oh yeah, molest in this context meant to bother, but yeah, like exactly. Latina is trying to molest me, ayo, Sky. There's a different word to use too, such as let me vibe check this, because I've never actually said this one. Let me see. I've never heard this one used.
Fastidiando.
Fastidiando. I've never heard anyone say that. Is this more of like a Spanish thing? Because I mean, the language I normally hear comes from, like, of course, being like from California. It's like, I don't know, the California Mexican, like California Spanish. And like, I feel like most of the Spanish I learned was from my mom, who came from Mexicali. And I always heard like molestando more than fastidiando. I'd be down for the Latina attack. Latina attack, all going crazy tonight. Find yourself a Latina to get attacked by. Kinzo slammed an old heavy book against the table over and over. That racket clearly expressed his great displeasure. Kinzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide open as if to sing to a packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled, "Why? Why is there always something in my way? I would throw it all away. I would offer up everything. And there is only one thing I ask in repayment. Oh, Beatrice, if I could see your smile but one more time, I would plunder the smiles of the earth and offer them up to you. Oh, commanders of the Legion of Locusts, reap the smiles of the earth." Everything is filthy. Everything is irksome. Why must I suffer this impediment on this most precious of days? Oh, he going through it. Call for Genji! And the tears in his eyes too. Yeah, from what I hear, it's the words are interchangeable, but it's also about the context too. Can you read the Xenogears fic, please? It's really short and spoiler free. Maybe towards the end. I will keep it pinned. I don't want to lose this momentum with Kinzo though. Side note, Nietzsche digging into that metal voice a little. Whoa! It's fun. I like doing the voice acting like this. But I can totally tell if I had to do this for longer than like 20 minutes, my voice would give out. I have no idea what he's yelling about. He's probably lost his mind by now. Kraus-san, isn't it a bit harsh to say such a thing of your own father? My father is already dead. There's nothing here but a phantom of what father once was. At any rate, as long as he has no intention of coming out, there's nothing we can do. Kinzo-san. Choking coughs continued to pour from the study. Going back downstairs. It would be a waste to let the fruits of Goda's prize cooking talent get any colder. It's one of the few things our relatives can look forward to when they come to this house. Is Kraus just like waiting to take over the family? Kraus spun around. He looked at his watch, mumbling and acting as though he had wasted time doing something he knew would be in vain. Genji-san. Father is calling for you. Keep him company. Certainly. Dr. Nanjo. Let's go eat. If we stay here any longer, this sweet stench will ruin our sense of taste. Without waiting for Nanjo, Kraus went downstairs. Genji urged Nanjo to go and eat. Nanjo glanced between the study door and Kraus's back as the latter disappeared down the stairs, then let out a deep sigh. Sorry, Genji. He was probably hoping to put some ginger chili in his dad's food. That's ginger root, right? Please allow me to leave this in your hands. Yes, please leave it to me. Do what you can to avoid giving him alcohol. That's a habit that's far too difficult to break. Is Genji not there yet? Who dares keep Genji from coming? Where's Genji? Call for Genji! Please, allow me to handle the situation here. Very well. Forgive me. Nanjo bowed slightly and descended the stairs. Genji watched him leave, then knocked on the study door. Master, it is Genji. Genji! Why have you been keeping me waiting so long? You're alone, I trust? Correct. I am alone. Kinzo returned to his seat in the study and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table. Oh? Secret door? After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. Kinzo was convinced that his family wanted to make a mess of his study. Or perhaps someone had once opened the window for some air and ended up scattering things that to him were important research material, leaving him in a terrible mood. Kinzo had outfitted his room with a formidable lock, preventing anyone from entering without his permission, and thereby sealing himself in a jail of his own making. Good thing Nietzsche wasn't reading the messages, ayo. Oh shit! I missed a couple when I was going into my Nanjo spiel. Oh, not Nanjo. What's his name? The Kinzo spiel. Gonna go down to where Esa puta stan rica gue. If you don't see me again, know I died with a smile on my face. I hear y'all say that a lot. Man's about to have a stroke too, yeah. What simping for e-girls does to a man. Real. Genji, whom he trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that didn't always hold. If Kinzo was in a bad mood, even Genji wouldn't be able to enter. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, unable even to see Kinzo's face. Basically means that bitch is delicious, crazy. And most of the time, what they got could hardly be called a conversation. However, this didn't trouble the rest of the family much. After all, it just wasn't worth the effort to disturb this aging family head, who was impossible to please and always stayed shut away, immersed in his research. Wait, Arkelis said he wanted to milk my sausage, yo? Okay, I totally missed that one. Taking advantage of his refusal to leave his room, they supported his isolation, putting his care entirely into the hands of his servants. Genji, my usual. I'm busy. Yes, sir. Genji headed to a corner of the study. There, suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous colors were put on display. They were actually liquor, but considering the shady atmosphere of this room, one might easily suspect them of being some ghastly poison. Well, I mean, theoretically, alcohol is poison, no? Like, well, what is and what isn't, right? Like, anything is a poison if you drink enough of it. Like I could sit here and drink 50 cans of Coke Zero, and that would end me. That would kill me. They'd be doing that to the rats in the labs to find out what's wrong with aspartame. Yeah, most things are technically poison, yeah. Inside the study, the mysterious collection of books gathered by Kinzo had grown into a mountain. They were bizarre, ancient, or banned books, all of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed. But if he tried to call them old books, Kinzo would fly into a fit of rage and say, call them grimoires. There were also many mysterious objects that presumably held some meaning with regards to black magic, like candles suspiciously melted and molded into strange shapes. The constellations drawn on a certain celestial globe contained quite a few shapes that would draw puzzled looks from anyone familiar with today's night sky. How much Dr. Pepper I gotta drink to kill myself? I mean, like, okay, we talking normal Dr. Pepper Zero? As a heavy Dr. Pepper fighter, the Dr. Pepper Zero that I've been drinking, you would die sooner from the overhydration than you would from any chemical in it, I think. But if we're talking like a Dr. Pepper, just a normal Dr. Pepper, maybe like 20 or 30. Similar to a Dr. Pepper Zero. If like 20 or 30 would kill me, I think like 30 or 40 would kill me with the Zero. I already would not want to drink any more than like 5. I think there were like, okay, so there used to be a store next to me, right, that would sell these Dr. Pepper Zeros for a really cheap price. So I was on such a bender where I think there were some days where I didn't even drink water. I only drank Dr. Pepper Zero. And like I probably had upwards of like 7 or 8 cans a day. That maybe happened like twice. We're in a much better mental and physical space now. The carelessly strewn about books contain many illustrations, all of them of a religious or mysterious nature, including some depicting demonically grotesque subjects or bizarre diagrams of various magical circles. And above all, a sweet, poisonous smell filled the room, profoundly assaulting the eyes and nose of those who entered for the first time. Rookie numbers, wow. And someone managed to live through college just by drinking a constant stream of pop energy drinks, alcohol, while existing on like 2 hours of sleep a night. Mom cut me off because I was drinking like 2 liters a day. I have you know what? I could do that. I've done that a couple of times. So maybe a bad habit of mine, but like there are worse things to be doing, I guess. So on anime days, right? A friend will come over, one of my friends, and we'll, sit down and watch anime. We'll order pizza from like Little Caesars, and I'll commonly get myself a 2-liter of like whatever drink is available. Sometimes the drinks aren't like consistent. Like I'll go and like I'll order a Pepsi and they don't have any Pepsi, so I'll grab like a Mountain Dew or whatever. But it'll always be a 2-liter. And I wouldn't say I've ever had a night where I finished the entire 2-liter, but I have definitely drank like half of the 2-liter and then drank the rest of the half like throughout like the next like couple of days. Yeah, I think I have about 2 liters of water a day now. That's good. I don't think I've really had water today. Unless you're counting the melted ice that is infusing itself in the many cans of Coke Zero that I brought to the beach and were not drank. Hydrate yourself now. Yeah. True. Eventually, it must surely make a person go numb and lose their grip on reality. Inside that study, Genji prepared Kinzo's usual drink with a well-trained hand. No one would even think of drinking such an ominous dark green liquid in that complex and ornate glass, unless someone first told them it was alcohol. He poured a little into the glass. I mean, even if I was told it was alcohol, I might still not drink it. Gonna get myself a snack. I have thought to myself that maybe one day I'll get like a couple of different alcohols and just like try them on stream. Like, I've always heard really, really bad things about Malort. And I'd be willing to get like some Malort for the content. He poured a little into the glass. Then he placed a cube of sugar in a strange shaped spoon. Placed a cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon and poured water from a pitcher over it. Strangely, when the transparent water was poured, the dark green liquid turned a cloudy white. And this is someone that's like, I cannot stand the taste of alcohol in my drinks. Like, I've said it before, but when it comes to alcoholic beverages, I need it to be like literal like 90% sugar and like 10% everything else. Which I've heard is what gets you crazy headaches, but luckily I haven't had to deal with it. But even the likes of a can of like negative 168 or 186, which is like a Japanese strong zero, that has too much alcohol flavor for me. Or like if you think I don't know, what's like a baby's first alcohol, like a Smirnoff Ice has like too much alcohol taste for me. Eventually I just like tough it out and like I don't start tasting it anymore, because like of course like the more you drink the less it matters. But I mean, if I had the choice, the only drink that I've ever had where I haven't been bugged by the taste of alcohol or like didn't really feel it all that much, and I would probably recommend it for anyone who has like similar tastes like me. There is I believe it is like it might be Norwegian or Swedish. It's Swedish. There is a Swedish cider called Rekordlag, or I don't know, how would you even pronounce it? Let me see like a pronunciation.
Rekorderlig.
Rekorderlig. But they do like a really, really good cider. Probably one of the best I've ever had. Next time you see Varden, ask him about Pink Whitneys. Pink Whitneys? Pink Whitney sounds either scary or really good. But yeah, no sponsorship, but if you ever find these out in the wild at like, I don't know, your local Bevmo or something, or wherever you get your alcohols, the wild berry cider, my favorite drink of all time. It has such a light profile and is so tasty that like it's a pleasure to be had. Yeah, booze is wild because you're always drunker than you feel you are. Exactly. Like here, let me do totally not sponsored, but find these are really good. Yeah, Varden was drinking one night and didn't taste a damn thing in those cocktails. Then he joined a collab and motherfucker was gone. Oh my gosh. So my buddies, Sir Wayne Crumblink, he was holding a 2016 throwback party. I know. I feel old as fuck saying that because like he is of a younger crowd. I know him through work, and when I was I must have been either 20. Let me think. If he was celebrating the year 2016. Gosh, age is so weird. I graduated high school in 2014. I'm old as hell. I'm not that old. I'm young. I'm in my prime. But it was like a throwback kind of like you would have like a 90s party, you know, like a 90s theme party. He was holding a 2016 theme party. And that's besides the point. His wife made a kind of cocktail, like juice drink thing, consisting of Calpico yogurt, like yogurt flavored drink, with like a soju yogurt flavor and like a couple of other things too. And god damn, was that not the best like alcoholic beverage I've ever had, because it just tasted like yogurt Calpico and nothing else. Nietzsche and I are in the same boat thinking 70s was like 20 years ago. I mean, like 2006 was only like 10 years ago. 2018 was only like 2 years ago. But yeah, alcohol tangent. If you can manage to get a hold of soju yogurt flavor, probably the best flavor. And if you mix it with even more like Calpico or whatever, it's good. I think my first cocktail ever was like a screwdriver, pretty normal, pretty iconic. The like orange juice mixed with vodka. Yeah, time is a social construct. We will be in the prime of our youth at the age of 78. Yeah, real light drink is Malibu and Sprite. That sounds pretty good. Malibu is like that coconut type cocktail, right? Or isn't it like a coconut rum or something? I remember one of my friends making a really, really good chocolate cake shot, and I don't remember if it required Malibu or not, but it was really good. Much like Noobly, I too was kind of white girl wasted that night. It's only like 6% or something. Mm-hmm. Strangely, when the transparent water was poured, the dark green liquid turned to cloudy white. I'd be a boring ass drunk person. I feel like when I get drunk, I get sleepy, or I check to see how my friends are doing. I don't really think I get like outbursty. We're not a very like social drunk, unless it's with people we know. And even then, like, sometimes after like a couple of conversations, I'll just like pass out. I'll just take a little nap and then I'll be recharged. It was a strange optical illusion, as though the water had caused the chemical reaction and made the drink become even more unrecognizable as liquor. I never got a drunk Nietzsche text. It's been a long time since I've been drunk to that level, Sky. If I did get drunk to that level of like texting the homies, you might get one. Don't be surprised. I get talkative when I drink, so those I know tell me, and louder apparently. Whoa. Yeah, like I think the last time I got so drunk as to like message the homies might have been like 2015. It's been a long time since I've gotten that drunk. Might pleading emoji. If they get my phone away from me, like, just know. Then Genji added original flavors Kinzo loved, fine-tuning its taste. There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kinzo's mood swings and when he drank it, and it had taken Genji many decades to learn how to do it right. Can I get a drunk text? We get a big old drunk shout out in the announcement channel on Discord. Genji placed the glass on a tray and walked over to Kinzo. By this time, Kinzo was gazing out the window. Here, master. Thank you. Kinzo had regained his composure and was now unrecognizable as the shouting, screaming, yelling man from a few moments ago. Also, hello, Kruka. What's going on? What's going on? What's crockin'? Hopefully you're doing well. Happy Sunday. We were just getting into a little bit of an alcohol drinking tangent. Our two old men yaoi couple in Umineko are sitting up here while the rest of the family downstairs is enjoying a nice, totally not evil dinner. And these two are just kind of like having some drink talk. I have a hard time getting that drunk anymore. This last Thursday, I had about 10 drinks over the course of 6 hours. We're vibing, but wasn't that drunk, sadly. Whoa! Yeah, because I do seem to remember you were drinking while we were finishing off Persona 2, if I recall correctly. I need to get that drunk one day. One day we gotta just get plastered. I have this thing that I kind of abide by, and it's just like, I will only ever drink if I am in a place where I know I'm going to be spending the rest of the night. So if I'm vacationing somewhere and it's like in the house that I am going to sleep at, I will drink if it happens. The same will be said for like drinking at home. If it comes up, and like I'm throwing a party or something at my place, I will drink. But anywhere else, I'm not comfortable drinking. Like, I need to know that if I take like 7 shots in a row, I can just go into my room and go to sleep. Like, we will not be like, you wouldn't catch me at like a bar drinking, really. Yeah, I listened to my recording from the day. You can tell I was a little tipsy. I'm doing good, just airbrushing some model Whoa! Plastic model airbrush. We love to hear it. We love to see it. We gotta hop on the model kit train. I have like 2 model kits that I've been sitting on for a really, really long time. There's this one model kit, a Gundam kit, that I bought when I was in Japan in 2018. Still completely sealed. I think it was like, hold on, let me see if I can grab it, because it's just like up here on my cabinet. But I do use it as like a base to like prop other things up. It was like some sort of celebration kit. It's like a real grade something or other. It's hard to see because I gotta move a lot of things out of the way. But we got that, and we also got a Tokai Toyota build. I feel like I would like to maybe try and do those on stream one day. Although, like, despite having like a background in cinematography and stuff and like working cameras and all that jazz, I don't think I have steady hands. Oh. Did my dog finally break the barrier? I think he broke the barrier. Let me move some things around. He's getting mad at the cat. Hey, come here. Come hang out with me in here, where it's like 20 degrees hotter. Come here. Come here. Been really into the British election. Hope Binface wins. Oh yeah, I've been seeing that. Sick. The model I'm working on is the dragon model from the Shenching technology. Ooh, very cool. Be very excited to see what that looks like. I think I've seen stuff from them, and their models get really intricate, no? Like, I feel like I've seen, I must have seen something when I've gone to some of these like Japanese lifestyle stores. Like there's this one called Ebisu that I've been to, where they have like an entire like model section, and they have some crazy old like model kits with like whole like diorama displays, and they look really, really cool. Yeah, dog's breaking the law. What's he doing? He's just sitting there waiting for the opportunity to see my cat's paw go under that door. And that's maybe like one fear. One fear. I hope my cat's paw never gets got by my dog. He just likes to rage bait. And unfortunately, my dog takes the bait. Anyways, Kinzo had regained his composure and was now unrecognizable as the shouting, screaming, yelling man from a few moments ago. Interesting, gotta check that out when I go to Japan. Oh, no. Ebisu is like I don't know. Hold on, before like I may have doxed the location. I don't know if this is a chain. Let me see. Okay, no, it's a chain. I think there's like a fair amount of plausible, oh, you won't find my general living location. Because like I've already made it clear, I live in like in California and like frequent Los Angeles County. There is a chain of stores in California. By chain of stores, I mean there's 3 of them, called the Ebisu Life Store. And they kind of have a lot of stuff. They kind of have a lot of things. It's like, gosh, I'm really like, I don't know if like Tokyo Centrals and stuff exist in other states, but there's another store called like Tokyo Central, and they have a lot of like Japanese stuff too. Bring back a figure. Yeah, I brought back so many figures when I went to Japan in 2018. So I think there was like a three luggage limit when I took the plane and went back home. And we went to Japan with 2 cases of luggage and came back with 3 because I bought 1 entire case of luggage to pack away the multitude of figures that I had bought while I was over there. I think I went and bought figures at like the proper like brick and mortar Ami store in Akihabara, and like a bunch of other stores too. But I remember that one specifically because it had like a couple of pre-owned figures that I ended up picking up for like a major steal. And it's like, yeah, when you go out there and you plan to bring stuff back, plan for like 1 suitcase of luggage to be like everything you bring back. Looking at the man from behind as he tilted his glass and gazed down at the scenery beyond the window, he projected a sense of dignity and intelligence. To allow Kinzo to set his glass down at any time, Genji motionlessly waited behind Kinzo and to his left, as though he were a living sideboard. Then, without averting his eyes from the window, Kinzo held out his glass. There was only a mouthful remaining. He downed that thing. It was not a gesture intended to set it upon the tray, but a motion to hand the glass over to Genji. Drink, my friend. Your words are too kind for me. I think I accidentally left one of my towels in Japan. No need for ceremony between us. Drink, my friend. Thank you. Genji respectfully received the glass and inclined it a little to taste its contents. After that, he gulped it down. I attempted to imitate your concoction, but no matter how I try, I cannot replicate the taste. The way you make it is pure relish. Thank you very much. It is the fruit of your guidance, master. Kinzo smiled at his loyal subject, who refused to put aside rank even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. His smile was relaxed, as though chuckling at a close friend's old, unshakable habit. Can you bring it back to me, Kruka? It's probably been disposed of. Or JK, it's probably been disposed of. I don't know what I would have left, but I surely have probably left something. My barrier-breaking dog. How are you still finding a way to get mad? Let me obscure his vision even further. 72-hour blinding stew. I'm gonna put a pillow between where he looks, and maybe he won't be able to see my cat rage baiting. Okay. We're good. I might have spray painted it already and it's all red. Whoa. We have grown old together. I stopped counting the years long ago. It's entirely thanks to you, Master, that I've been able to live like this until today. Kinzo gave a faint smile as if to say he didn't need any flattery. Until now you've served me exceedingly well. My sons call me eccentric. The servants that were once many have all quit in fear of me. Only you serve me, even now. Your words are more than I deserve. My life will not last much longer. My sons are vultures, lazily waiting for my inheritance to fall into their hands. Kraus is a fool who squanders money like water, who throws away 2 gold coins to obtain 1. And then he has the gall to claim that he's earned money. Eva is a slave to money, who thinks of me as a mere chicken. When I die, she plans to use my bones to make a broth. That dunce Rudolph just wants to fool around with women. Rosa bore the baby of a man who came from nowhere, and about whom we know nothing. Jessica's incompetent and uneducated. George has none of what it takes to be a man. Battler is a fool who threw away the honor of the Ushidamiya family. And Maria is obscene to the eye. Aw, what you saying about Maria, man? She's like 7. Tears in his eyes, though. Maybe it does bug him a bit. Yeah. Why is the Ushidamiya blood so incompetent? Is there no one worthy to inherit the glory I built? Of course. I know. This is because of Beatrice's curse. I know it. You golden witch. Are you trying to take revenge against me in this way? If you want to hate me, then do so. If you want to run away, then run. I won't let you go. I won't let you get away. I won't let you go. You belong to me. You must always be in my arms. For all my life. You must stay in my birdcage for all eternity, whispering only to me. Beatrice! Why won't you smile back at me? Oh! Okay, so yeah. Kinzo is the type of drunk to just get really into his feelings. After howling, Kinzo choked up once again. Genji set the tray and glass down and rubbed his master's back. Kinzo the type to cry. Kinzo the type to cry after getting a little drunk. Genji's facial expression did not change. It was always like this. Thank you, my friend. When his seemingly deranged fit subsided, Kinzo regained his composure once again. It was like seeing 2 different people, a wild Kinzo and a composed Kinzo, living together inside one body. Feel like Battler would be the flirty drunk? I see it. Also, kind of like thinking about it, is it maybe like father, like son? Is that habit of being like a flirty womanizer type kind of just like what's going on there? So, I have decided. I cannot bear to spend my dimmed remaining years procrastinating like this. I've always heard that it's like the people, I've always heard it's like the people that you're most like tend to be like the people that you get along with the least. Or like something like that. At least, like, I don't know. Some people... Well, I guess it depends on who. Because, like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I think if I met someone who was like me, I'd be chill with them. But like some people don't like it when they meet someone who's like kind of like them. And maybe that's why like Battler doesn't like his dad, because like he sees a little bit of him inside of his dad or whatever. My barrier breaking dog. You can't even see the cat. You should not be getting mad. I think George would start crying. Yeah. I'm just gonna close my door at this point. Hey, come here. Okay. He's got a pillow. You are getting too hot? I'm getting way too hot. Eat the dog? Oh, I ate many dogs. I had like 3 of them on the beach. It was crazy. That was the first thing I ate. I had 3 hot dogs.
So, I've decided. I cannot bear to spend my dimmed remaining years procrastinating like this. If I have one final coin to bet, then I choose to abandon it to the whims of the demon's roulette. The power of magic is always determined by the risk of the gamble. Like visiting a shrine at the hour of the ox in ancient Japanese sorcery, to nail a cursed doll to a tree. Magical power is produced specifically because of the risk that it will be seen within the 7 days the curse takes.
Please don't get too overheated. Maturing is realizing most internet discourse is either people being stupid or a psyop. I've seen the psyops happen in real time. It's crazy.
The greater the risk, the stronger the magic power will be. Many miracles that happen in myth might be called the crystallization of shocking magic power, with the low probability of occurrence and astronomical risk. That Moses parted the waters of the sea was not a miracle of God. The risk of that desperate situation, cornered by soldiers on the Red Sea shores, weighed upon the scales of slaughter and gave birth to that miraculous magic power. If the same thing occurred again on the same scale, the seas would surely fail to part. After all, Moses was able to magnificently summon a miracle engraved on but one of the countless innumerable results on the roulette of those with power.
Ooh. I'm kind of feeling the like throat voice of Kinzo right now.
That is the force that can triumph over astronomical odds. Indeed, good fortune can grasp miracles. Good fortune that can grasp miracles as magical power itself. To obtain this mighty power, one must face the risk of despair. Those who possess no magical power may call that desperation rather than a bet. However, people who truly do possess magic power can grasp hold of that miracle and make the enigma come into being. And if that power exists within me, I'll seize that miracle. I'll have a chance at making the wish I devoted my life towards come true.
Kinzo looked up to the sky outside the window. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone in the sky. Using big words as in the story is ableist gotta be a psyop, yeah. True.
If only I were capable of grasping that miracle. Oh, Beatrice! Show me your lovely smile once more. No matter how much time passes, your face does not vanish. I just want to see your smile. That's all. I'll return everything you granted me. I'll return all the glory I've gained since that day. I don't need fortune, prestige, or gold. I'll return everything you gave me. I just want to see your smile. I beg you, Beatrice.
His nonsensical yells became a scream, and then a wail. Kinzo slumped to the floor, tearing at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his master's lamentations. Damn. And we gotta leave the scene right there? I mean, I guess he'd just be crying more. So, like, I can see why. I can see why the family's like, alright, just leave him in that room. Let him do his thing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the family's head health is not at its best. He seemed extremely sad not to be able to share lunch with you all. Now that you have all gathered for this event that occurs but once a year, Goda, let the lunch begin. Certainly. I shall begin today's luncheon. Dr. Nanjo, is father's condition really that bad? Couldn't he have at least let us see his face? It's more of a problem of mood rather than physical condition. And for that there is no medicine I can prescribe. Hey, are we talking about his good mood again, or his mood again? You've gotta be kidding me. We took time out of our schedules during this damn busy autumn season just to come out and find out how he's doing. And now he's... Then you should be happy, Rudolph. You now know how he's doing. Or what? Would you rather take my place and try to persuade our ill-humored father to come join us? Are you kidding? Rudolph shrugged. Apparently, though, Rudolph was willing to be indignant at how self-centered his father was. He wasn't particularly disappointed to be spared a face-to-face meeting. Does it seem like his mood will improve before dinner? Krasny-san. Hey, come here. I have no idea. If you want to know, you should ask him directly. Although I think his mood will improve faster if we don't bother him. Genji-san's the only one who can get grandfather out of a funk. It's pretty pathetic, though, making the servants deal with your own parents' bad moods. Jessica, don't speak out of turn. She'd planned for a complaint to be heard only by her cousins, but it had reached even Krause's ears. Scolded, Jessica scowled and turned away, sulking. If he's that cranky as they make him sound to be, he can't be that terribly sick, right? I mean, they're saying he's in a bad mood. Not that he's got no energy, which at least proves he's got his wits about him. It's because grandfather has especially strong willpower. However, that doesn't necessarily mean his body will be able to keep up. Since last year, they keep saying that he has 3 months left to live. If the initial diagnosis was correct, grandfather has been prolonging his life by willpower alone. It's right for us to worry about him. He could go any minute now. Lunch started with the family head still, with the seat still empty. Father has a point though, yeah. It's a good read. The man who should be sitting there had already grown old. and the brilliant glory which had rebuilt the Yoshiramiya family in the span of a single lifetime was being forgotten. Even though they were beginning the meal with that seat still empty, no one felt it was that odd anymore. Oh? Glass broken jump scare? So 1:30 p.m., I think? Yeah, 1:30. The Yoshiramiya family conference was held once every year on the first week of October. If a normal family were to hold a so-called family conference, you'd expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other around buckets of sushi or something. However, part of the family's great fortune had been lent out to grandfather's children, and no one in this family was considered an adult until they had met with success in business. So this meeting literally was a conference. How much of the fortune was invested? What sort of business was conducted? How much profit was earned? As a result, how much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid? Or possibly how much would be borrowed for future business ventures? What lessons had they learned, and what could they learn from their mistakes? It seems that topics like these were discussed very seriously in the past. I like glass breaking. Ooh. Ooh. My dad said it was like lying on a bed of nails. Apparently it used to be a very serious family meeting, where people were bathed in scornful and angry voices, and some people even got slapped despite their age. However, that had become a thing of the past. Umineko is about how rich people have issues. Don't they? They should have more. Now with everyone pursuing their own business ventures and achieving success, it was becoming more of a normal yearly get-together. Even so, telling grandfather about recent events was extremely stressful. So while it was nothing more than a simple get-together for us grandchildren, it was still a real stomachache for our parents. The absence of the man who was the source of all this trouble, regardless of the reason, probably made today's lunch taste much more delicious. The phrase, "while the demon is not around, everyone can relax," comes to mind. Anyways, let's introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. The man sitting to my father's left is his older brother and Jessica's father, Uncle something. This name sure is easy to read. Kraus. Now that we've gotten used to this string of weird names, our perspective is totally skewed. Rich people out there wiping their tears with $100 bills. The $20 bill has become the new one. Hey, come here. So Kraus doesn't actually seem that bad. It even started to sound kind of cool. Just like with Aunt Natsuhi, I didn't have any memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus. He had never been one to chat to children, and I felt like he was always talking with the adults, like Aunt Natsuhi. According to my father's gossip, he was a spiteful and violent man. With that, I'm going to be heading to bed. Thank you, Sky. Hopefully you had a good vacation. Excited to have you back in the streaming life by next week. Were you streaming tomorrow? I know you posted that schedule, but yeah, gonna let the bedbugs bite to get ready for Silk Song tomorrow. Whoa, we'll be there. We'll be there. But yeah, hopefully you have a good night, brother. Thank you for stopping by. I always appreciate it. According to my father's gossip, he was a spiteful and violent man. If what he said was true, Uncle Kraus used to be very domineering from his position as the oldest sibling, and was despised by all the other siblings. Though, despite that, those siblings all seem to be chatting happily together. Oh well, even if their relationship was bad when they were children, sometimes when people grow up and live apart from each other, their relationships change. That's probably what this was. After all, they all had children of about the same age. By sharing the same family environment, they probably profited by exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, a short while ago, the circle of parents began to discuss the exams Jessica and I would be taking. Jessica, in order to escape questions about exams from my father on her left, purposefully faced right while firing off a rapid series of comments, not giving him any chance to get a word in. Moving on, let's look at the opposite from Kraus and the others. In the very last seat at the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique sat facing Kirie-san. This was my first time meeting him. I had only just been introduced to him, but it seems his grandfather's personal doctor, a man named Nanjo, or called Nanjo. I heard he used to own a huge clinic on the nearby island in Ejima, but he turned it over to his son and began living a life of leisure in his old age. He had known grandfather since the very beginning, when the mansion was first constructed on this island, and had built up a relationship over several decades. I thought at first that the two of them might have gotten to know each other through grandfather's suspicious hobbies, but it seems he was actually grandfather's chess partner. I see. That kind of hobby seems very like our grandfather, but with his love of all things Western. I have also kind of started to get more into chess. I went to a concert, or not concert, I went to a conference earlier. Hey, come here. Don't be going into that room. I kept you in here for a reason. If you're gonna get mad and get rage baited, you stay here. Come here. Lay down right here, come on. I'm giving him some attention. I think my dog just wants a little bit of attention. Let me snap a dog pic. The dog! This is what he's like when he hops onto my leg while I stream. I'm putting it in the pet channel. The pet channel in the Discord. Also another pet drop. There we go. Yeah, Nanjo and Kinzo be having some old man yaoi together. Very true. Nanjo's probably the only person who can enter Rokenjima despite being neither a family member nor a servant. He looked like a calm old gentleman as he listened to the discussion between Kirie and the other women who sat near him. Considering how long he stayed by the side of our short-tempered grandfather, his generous heart was probably nothing to laugh at. Still, even if he was a family doctor, having anyone outside of a Shiramiya family attend the family conference was a little odd. It made me think that grandfather's condition might have worsened so much it'd be a major topic of discussion at today's conference. After all, George said something like that just a second ago. Something about how we've been getting continuous reports since around last year that grandfather didn't have long to live. It's nasty to think about it, but considering how rich grandfather is, at the time of his death, his wealth will suddenly be released, probably along with a fair share of our parents' stomach acid. And it'll lead to ulcers for everyone. After all, this sort of thing just gets messier when there's more wealth to be divided. There's a good chance they'll be talking about stuff like that at this family conference. Still, it's not like it's got anything to do with us kids. Finally, even though he hasn't shown up yet, let me introduce our grandfather. The person who should be sitting in that incipient chair is Shiramiya Kinzo. It really sucks. Everyone else in the family has these weird names, but he got this perfectly normal one himself. If only his name were written Kinzo, but he lets us call him Goldsmith, or if only his name were written Kinzo, but he let us call him Goldsmith or something. I'd totally freak out. Why is this family got digestive issues? As soon as the grandpa will die, everyone will release their bowels. As you can probably guess by now, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. If one of his grandchildren, not a son, I haven't seen him since elementary school. Thanks to that, I have no memory of being beaten myself, but our parents were apparently raised with an iron fist. That earlier conversation between my dad and Uncle Kraus about who should go convince grandfather to come down seemed pretty darn funny once you know their background. You can't really tell grandfather's story without covering that pivotal event back before the Showa era, 1926 to 1989. Wait, when did the game take place again? Why do I feel like I remember the game taking place in the 1950s? Oh, the game takes place in 1986. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, you know what? I'm mixing it up with an anime that I'm watching. There's this anime called Grow Up Show, or like Grow Up something. And it's like kind of unassumingly taking place in the 1950s, honestly. You can't really tell a grandfather's story without covering that pivotal event back before the Showa era. Until the Meiji and Taisho eras, the Yoshida family was great and prosperous. They owned several spinning mills, making them rich enough to just double over laughing every day as the money kept rolling in. Incidentally, grandfather was a member of the branch family and had pretty much nothing to do with the main family. Not only was he way down the list of people who could inherit the headship, but he had hardly any contact with the glamorous main family. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in 1923, the mansion owned by the Yoshida family was in Odawara was flattened. The spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire, and the Yoshida family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. So once they started trying to figure out who was the successor to the Yoshida family, they apparently found no one remaining except Kinzo and his branch family. And Higurashi takes place in 84, I see. In Kinzo's later reminiscences, he referred to this as a good fortune so great that it overturned fate. With that, grandfather's boring everyday life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the dying Yoshida family, which had lost nearly all of its wealth. However, just because he had been entrusted with this task didn't mean he could accomplish it. Apparently, those around him weren't really expecting much, and yeah, I mean, who wouldn't, or who would, if he was like a subsidiary, like family or whatever. To rebuild the entire wealth of the family, like all by himself. However, this is when grandfather began displaying his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all of the family's remaining wealth, as well as everything from the hair to his head and his toenails, as collateral in order to borrow a massive amount of money. Once he had built up a gigantic war chest, he immediately invested in business. Fuck, does this make Umineko a period piece? It does. It does. The 80s was 50 years ago. If you think the 1950s is a period piece in the year 2000, Umineko is totally a period piece. It blows my mind all the time that growing up, when the GameCube was out, I remember thinking, oh yeah, the Nintendo 64 is a oh no. Let me maybe roll it back a little bit. I remember growing up with the first generation Xbox, right? Having the Xbox and thinking like, oh yeah, the Super Nintendo is ancient. The Super Nintendo is an ancient piece of technology. And when did the SNES come out compared to like the Xbox? The SNES came out in 1990, in the 1990s pretty much. And I think the Xbox came out in 2001. So there was an 11-year gap between the original Xbox and the Super Nintendo. There is currently when did the Xbox One come out? The Xbox One, I believe, came out in 2013. Yeah, 2013. It came out in 2013. There is 13 years between now and the release of the Xbox One. Right now, if you were to tell someone, the Xbox One is as old as the Super Nintendo when the Xbox came out, if not older. And back then, I was thinking, oh yeah, the Super Nintendo is a retro console. It's like super ancient and old. That's fucked up. That's fucked up and evil. Grandfather used all of the family's remaining wealth, as well as everything from the hair on his head to his toenails, as collateral in order to borrow a massive amount of money. Once he built up a gigantic war chest, he immediately invested in businesses. It was like someone tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike, and then another one. Just like some crazy street performance. I'll bet everyone thought grandfather had no business ability whatsoever. Does that still make it a period piece? Yeah. If my friends from work were idealizing a 2016 themed party, a 1984, a game that takes place in 1984 and 1986 is definitely like a period piece. What defines a period piece? Because in my mind, a period piece does kind of just mean like, oh, like, I don't know, like British or something, like old England type beat. But I mean, yeah, a period piece is just evoking an era. You can make a period piece about 2020. They haven't really necessarily needed its time period yet, though, but I might be mistaken. Yeah, Higurashi is a period piece. Big Bob's beepers. What? Beepers? YouTube still hates you, Noobly. Are we getting a lot of like held messages on YouTube? However, after several miracles and turns of good luck, with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of, he was suddenly in control of powerful connections with the occupying forces. At that time, MacArthur and the GHQ were the ultimate authority in Japan. Oh no, my dog broke the barrier again, I think. Let me go get him before he starts barking. He knew I was gonna get him, so he came back up. He came in. Good boy. Uah. YouTube's holding a lot of nooblies. It's like that one meme image of like someone holding a bunch of like fruits and they're like spilling out of his hands. Grandfather, in a twinkle of an eye, began succeeding in business under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. Okay, see, this makes it seriously a period piece because the Yoshida family would not exist if not for the aftermath of World War II. And if this is a story about the person who inherited and like amassed gigantic wealth before their death, it has to take place in 1984. It doesn't make sense. Or 1986. Come here. By this point, it's probably safe to say that information, not luck, saved the day. He must have made some seriously deep connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew beforehand about emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War. No, it was more than that. He must have predicted those emergency demands from the very beginning, when he started investing his money. The history books make it sound like all of Japan made a large profit off of the emergency demands during the Korean War, but that isn't actually true. Only a very limited number of the super rich played the money game and made an easy profit. Most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, Grandfather was a member of this extremely lucky group of winners. I'm pretty sure this all happened during 1950 or so. I'm being held. Big YouTube holding me in its arms. The Great Kanto earthquake happened in 1924, so that means Grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ishida family in only about 20 years to a level even higher than it had ever been before. With that, you'd think he'd revive the main family of Odawara. But for some reason, he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Izu archipelago. Buying an entire island is not something that you can ordinarily do today. However, Grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. He acquired this island as a business property, then tossed that project aside and claimed it as his own plot of land. After the war, there were preventative measures against food shortages, and having the sponsorship of the GHQ meant that nobody could oppose him. From what I've heard, the Tokyo metropolis of that day offered this land to him practically for free. I don't see my boy. Hey, come here. Where'd you go again? Can't be having you get mad. I guess I'll wait and hear him get mad. For now, I'll just enjoy the cold air. Anyways, it seemed under the table bribes did their work well. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Now, am I meant to understand that this is like Battler monologue? Because, like, if this is Battler's internal monologue, he is a very, very well-educated 18-year-old. Like, a very perceptive guy. Poured myself a little bit of Pepsi. No, yeah, grandfather, there it is. It's definitely in Battler's perspective. Grandfather, with considerable skill and good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period, obtaining a vast fortune in his own island. Of course, it probably wasn't all luck. He was obsessed with all things Western, which helped him cultivate his English skills. He was able to use this to his advantage and sink his teeth into the GHQ. A mansion was built on the island soon after. Yeah, Battler's smart, but he's also really stupid, yeah. This mansion, in fact. Grandfather, with his love of the Western style, made this once uninhabited island a canvas upon which he could realize his dream to his heart's content. He now had the Western mansion of his dreams, overflowing with emotion and an atmosphere, and a beautiful garden featuring all sorts of roses. And he had a private beach where nobody other than himself would ever be permitted to leave a footprint. This would be a dream come true for any boy. After that, he made good use of his huge fortune, becoming a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry, and was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using the dividends. Well, he's just that incredible. This kind of person usually has the ability to foresee and predict the future, or at least that's how they're portrayed after the fact. But grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying that he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Anyways, even a lord like that can help but grow increasingly eccentric when locked up alone on an island, where all his dreams are made real. Everyone knows that he had a Western obsession from the start, but none of our parents really know when his bizarre black magic hobby began. Did his love of black magic begin way back when he was fascinated with everything Western? I wanted a bite of some leftover food. Or did his miraculous stretch of good luck while reviving his family cause him to feel a mysterious power in himself? At some point, grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work. He filled up his study with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items, and he became increasingly bizarre. From what I've heard, those around him warmly watched over him, figuring that someone who had achieved success in life had a right to do as he pleased, but there's no way that's true. They were probably just creeped out thinking, that's disgusting, I don't want to get involved. Anyways, that agitated period was an age of big gambles with both opportunities and risks. Let's say grandfather was born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities and would probably have advanced like a chess piece from a mandatory education at college at a leisurely pace, never becoming more than an average salaryman. If that happened, he'd probably have sat somewhere happily talking behind his boss's back. No, not in a fancy dining hall like this, more like a table and some bar. Then again, I'll bet this family conference would be a whole lot more relaxing if that were the case. Yeah, very, very perceptive. And also, despite being kind of cold, this vegetarian patty is like really holding up. Hold on. I'm curious to see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. So I'm eating this and it's actually really good. I don't know about the implications of like the people who own this, but shout out to Ultimate Plant-Based Chicken Fillets by Garden. It's like really good. It really holds up. Yeah, it makes sense. Kinzo did not insult Battler except in shaming them. Kinzo definitely somewhere on the spectrum. A neurotypical person can't be that eccentric, yeah. Meaning he finds the other stuff acceptable to some degree. Right, yeah, because like it's... You know what? I can kind of see maybe Grandpa maybe coming around to Battler. Because the only bad thing he had to say about Battler is that he abandoned the name of like Ushirimiya. But it's like, that doesn't mean he's a bad guy. Because even Kinzo in his like old age doesn't like anyone in this family. So it's like, why would Battler want to be part of this family, right? Okay, last bite. Yeah, back from lunch, Kinzo lore time. We've been getting a lot of Kinzo lore. He had the least bad to say about him. Yeah, exactly. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch. Lunchtime. I'm
already convinced by that sashimi salad appetizer.
Goda-san's an excellent chef. Plus, these fish were caught in the adjacent sea, weren't they? It's totally different from the sashimi you get at the supermarket.
Hey, quit it, Battler.
Your upbringing will be exposed. Everyone let out a big laugh. Damn it. You say that even though you love those cheap pubs. I've been to many unusual places because of work, but this stands right up there with the best of them. I'd be willing to bet Goda-san used to be pretty well known in those circles. It's okay, Kinzo, I also don't like anyone in this family. Everyone in this family fucking sucks except for the grandkids. That's what I get. That's what I'm getting. Because, like, the kids seem pretty well adjusted. Kind of, sort of. There's a little bit of weirdness, but it's not like literal demon behavior from the adults. Well, I don't know the details, but stuff got complicated at the long-standing hotel he used to work at. What with them opening a new establishment with the same name and breaking into factions or whatever it was. In the middle of all that, he was apparently forced to retire. At that time, Mom just happened to be sending out job offers for her servant. As Goda removed the empty plates, he began to recount his own bumpy past, without losing a smile. The world is a difficult place. However, thanks to the madam, I was given a chance to display my skills as a chef once again. This time for the Ushirimiya family. Although I enjoy experiencing the smiles of a large number of people. I also find it quite entertaining to perform more delicate work that can please the limited numbers of those who have employed me. At least the parents didn't carry the Kinzo mentality to their kids, yeah. All this is thanks to the opportunity given to me by the madam. Goda-san respectfully bowed his head towards Aunt Natsuhi. That's because you were the most talented of applicants. Have you gone to the rose garden scene yet? I did, and Maria was like really fascinated by the single rose that was like slightly like about to die. Unless it's a different one. Hold on, let me get my dog. working, so I'm just fully closing the door and dying in the heat. We will pass away from heat stroke for the bit. The decision was purely objective, not based on personal feelings, so there's no need to thank me. Dang, why does Natsui always have to sound so indifferent? If only she spoke with a bit more kindness, she might leave a different impression. Shannon-chan and Kumasawa-san entered from the hallway with the serving cart. Please excuse us. Now then, let us move on to today's dessert. Koda-san and the others laid the beautifully adorned dessert out in front of us all. I was about to say desert, because I always misspell that. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for dessert. I thought I'd already filled up on delicious food. But as soon as I laid eyes on the dessert, my stomach started yelling more. Me too, Battler, me too. I don't know much about desserts, but they all looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce. And elegant rose petals adorned the dish. Normally during a high-class meal like this, you're supposed to wait for the chef to extol the virtues of this particular meal before eating. However, Maria was completely indifferent to strict rules like that, so she got excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert, jumping into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Aunt Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners. But George responded by saying, now, it's okay. This part's sour. This part's sour. Battler, this one's no good. Aw, not a sour enjoyer? Maria exclaimed as she sampled the 2 colored sauces. What? Some are good and some bad? Okay, I'll give it a go. Apparently one sauce was sweet and the other was sour. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my little finger in and licked it. Whoa, one of the sauces was sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I'd have suspected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be red. Sour red. I'm not refined enough to know a sour red thing either. I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us. Shannon-chan, what kind of sauce is the sour stuff? Shannon-chan hesitated to speak. Maybe her job was just to set the table, so she doesn't really know. Still, even considering that, she seems pretty stressed. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Raspberry's rather tart too. Yeah, but is like tart the same as sour? Because like, I wouldn't say like eating a yogurt is sour. I don't know, to me tart and sour are very different things, but maybe now that I'm thinking about it, they aren't. If it was a raspberry sauce, that makes sense though, because like raspberries feel kind of Western. And also Assam Jawa if it's Malaysia. While Natsuki made a gesture that seemed to indicate an oncoming headache, Kumasawa-san, who was sitting at the table at the opposite seat, began to chuckle. What do you think we made it out of? It'll shock you. I don't have a clue. Oh, wait a sec. Kumasawa-san, that laugh's pretty creepy. So, what is it? Don't tell anyone, okay? Is she gonna do something for the bit? Listen very carefully. Kumasawa-san leaned across from the other side of the table. I leaned forward myself when she asked. The interest caught. Jessica, George, Aniki, and of course Maria all put their ears closer. What? What? Quickly! Quickly! You see, the sour part is made from juice squeezed from a mackerel. What mackerel? I like how she's always committed to the bit. That's crazy, we all thought horrified. Only Maria accepted it, nodding sagely.
Mackerels are sour. This is what comes out when you squeeze them.
Her laugh still gets me. Oh, or however she does it. Let me hear it again.
この酸っぱいのはですね、実はお魚のサバの絞り汁ですよ。
It's good. When Maria started clamoring that mackerel were sour, the adults were unable to contain their laughter.
Only Aunt Rosa. Only Aunt Rosa, her face red.
Whispered to Maria that mackerel is sour only once prepared as shimasaba. Huh, now I totally remember. Kumasawa-san was always like this, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me too in all sorts of ways when I was young. The most lethal has got to be that one. Those flimsy black things in Chinese dishes. I've been reading this on my Steam Deck. That sounds like a good time. They're kikurage mushrooms. She told me they were penguin meat, and I went all around school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I? Kumasawa-bachan, you sure haven't changed. You know Maria's gonna believe it now, right?
It's just a joke. Now Goda-san's going to tell us what the sauce really is, won't he?
Goda looked a little put off about his masterpiece being laughed at for such a bizarre reason. But after clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert to us. Well then, allow me to introduce our dessert. After seeing how much you all enjoyed the rose garden earlier, I finished this panna cotta in a rose garden style. The rose petals scattered across were selected just now from that very rose garden. Did they use the rose that was gonna die? The sauce is a combination of two red, strawberry, and rose hips. Please enjoy this mixture of the strawberry sweetness and the rose hip sourness. Ah, I never had a rose hip before. I've made it a bunch in Project Zomboid, but never like actually. Furthermore, the rose petals are merely decorative, so please avoid them while you eat. With that said, please enjoy. Oh man, I must want to applaud before eating. Just like with medicine, reading the detailed description first seems to make it work a whole lot better. As Goda-san elaborated on the details of the dessert, it started to feel even more appetizing. Seriously, should you call him subtle or just talented? The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but taking the hint from when we all stopped in the rose... The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but taking the hint when we all stopped in front of the rose garden earlier today, he displayed an incredible and timely awareness by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. The combination of sweet and sour was also exquisite. If it was just sweet, you'd just get used to it and be bored halfway through. But if you reach the sour sauce at that point, you'd get a really vivid taste. And then once you return to the sweet sauce, all the sourness in your mouth would be replaced with an enjoyable sweetness. Huh. I never really thought about it that way. Maybe I should eat more sweet and sour things. I usually don't like it when like flavor profiles change on me, but the thought of it being like a means of like telling a sort of story with the food or whatever, that's kind of neat. I'm sure everyone felt the same. Every time Goda-san passed by one of our seats, someone praised the taste in his presentation. How is it, madam?
Splendid as always. It is worthy of entertaining our guests.
I am most grateful for your words. Madam, did you know? I have heard that rosehip has the ability to cure headaches. What a fucking kiss up. I thought that you in particular would appreciate it, so I had it specially prepared. He's so getting that pay raise. I refused to eat hot and sour soup for the longest time because of the name, right? Okay, I'm glad I'm not alone in that, Noobly, because like, there's something about that. There's something about that that just don't seem right to me. But like, what was it? There was this sour soup that I had. It was like a Filipino sour soup. I think it's like a pretty popular one. Let me see if I can find the name. Sour soup. It was called, yeah, tom yum. Yeah, that one. That was really good. Oh wait, no, is it tom yum? Because the one I'm thinking actually is sinigang. I think sinigang sounds more right. Unless that's another way to say, unless tom yum is another way to say sinigang. Because yeah, sinigang is pretty good. I'm just like taking like swigs of this like Pepsi 2 liter. Is that so? Thank you. See, didn't I tell you, Natsune-san? Rose hip is great for headaches. So it seems. I do hope it actually helps.
Goda-san, I love ya. Hey, later on, why don't you tell me how they're treating ya? Or if you can't, just let me know what sort of salary you'd like. Having your talent confined to this small island is sacrilege to humanity's cooking culture.
Let's take ibuprofen in our 30s together, Rumpf.
What do you think about working your craft for my company and delighting all our customers? Hideyoshi, are you trying to steal away our Goda?
Hold on. Maybe it's something I'm only now clocking and I should have noticed this earlier. Hideyoshi doesn't have the Shiromiya family emblem on their clothing. Is it because, I guess the only people born of the family have it on, but otherwise if they're like brought into the family, they can't wear it.
Now that won't do it all. We better start treating Goda better or he'll get snatched up.
Yes, you really should. Yeah, none of the people who married in have it. Yeah, exactly. If you don't, someone's gonna grab him, and you'll be stuck with 3 meals of Kumasawa-style mackerel cooking all day, won't you? That's harsh. It seems someone's holding a grudge against me. Big outburst, wahaha. Everyone let out a laugh. Wahaha. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a running gag that our parents had long since gotten used to. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerels had precious nutritional value. Huh. You know what? Let's also think about this for a second, right? Wasn't Kinzo kind of in a very similar situation? Like, he wasn't like the guy until circumstances made him the guy. And he seems to be like perpetuating that by like not allowing the people who get married in to really have any real power in the family. I mean, I get it, but like, I don't know. Maybe I'm like reading into this weird. Wait, I don't know if I read all that. He's passing on the trauma. Exactly. It's like, yeah. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a running gag at that her parents had long since gotten used to. Kumasawa-san often claims that mackerels had precious nutritional value, which could slow aging, make people smarter and more and more. Supposedly, while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it helped prevent aging on the inside. Well, I mean, isn't there truth to that? Is that like, I feel like people use fish oils for something, right? Why do people use fish oils? Yeah, because isn't fish oils like good for your brain? If you eat a ton of mackerel, like that's good for you, right? Yeah, omega-3 fatty acid primarily EPA and DHA. DHA is real. We gotta eat better. Since she was still spirited enough to tell these kinds of jokes at her age, there must be something to that theory. Yeah, generational trauma is a huge theme of Umineko.
In that case, if you'll excuse me, prepare yourself for tonight's dinner.
Yeah, I could totally see that being a flag almost instantly, though. Very much a generational trauma type game. Much like, very much like 1,000 Times Resist.
I'll be cooking plenty of mackerel dishes for you all, so you better look forward to it.
We sure will.
Oh, we sure will. Can't wait to get all puckered up for tonight's shimasaba.
That sounds wonderful. I wonder if they'll be serving any good Japanese sake. Oh, we certainly will.
I can't take anything Kumasawa says seriously when she laughs. When she laughs? Oh, wait. Oh. That's weird. They didn't play that audio. But I was gonna do this one.
Oh, we certainly will. Haven't you heard of Rokinjima's famous mackerel sochu?
Oh. Kumasawa-san, together with Shannon-chan, bowed and pushed the serving cart away. It was pretty funny to watch Goda-san, who looked like his show had totally been stolen, explain in a very serious voice that we would be having calf steak for dinner.
Kumasawa-san, thank you for doing that back there.
As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply.
I haven't done anything that requires thanks.
Okay, maybe she doesn't suck. She did actually do something for her there. Maybe she doesn't suck. Kumasawa may have played dumb, but she obviously understood and saved Shannon in the nick of time. Back when Patler had asked about dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them would have required some quick wit. Shannon, who hesitated when hard pressed for a response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. If only Shannon had a little of the craftiness needed to cleverly shake off a mistake. Like Goda, her life would have been a bit easier. The fact that she could perform other tasks flawlessly made this weakness even more unfortunate. However, there were some who understood Shannon's honest nature, her inability to gloss over a mistake and draw attention away from it. That's why Kumasawa had smoothly come to her rescue.
I just heard from Genji-san that there will be a change in this afternoon's shifts. I believe you were given a break until this evening. I'm jealous. Oh, sorry. I haven't checked the shift chart yet. Ah, yes. I was thinking I might start cooking some mackerel in the oven. If you don't mind, I would be happy if you would help out a bit before your break. Yes.
Whoa, wrong button, press again.
I'll be delighted to help.
To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother among servants. Still your co-worker, though. But I get it. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea was being served in the parlor. Apparently, they prepared the black tea that Aunt Rosa had bought for Aunt Natsuhi. Maria said she also wanted to have some black tea, but my old bastard said she couldn't and told us children to go play outside. Huh. Why not? How come Maria can't have tea? Is it because, like, black tea has a little bit of, like, caffeine? They don't want to give caffeine to the child? Does black tea have caffeine? Oh, I guess so. Yeah, it's like significantly more than green tea, I guess. Yeah, black tea is a moderate caffeine option. Okay, we do not give the small 9-year-old child the cup of black tea. You know, it's funny to think about, though, because, like, I remember growing up and, like, never really never really having to be away from like tea, but like I was never really offered coffee. Battler-kun, why don't we all go for a walk outside? Go ahead and take a look at the roses or something. But keep a close eye on the weather. The sky is still clear, but the weather report kept on talking about rain. Yeah, don't we have like a monsoon coming?
I want to go to the beach. The beach. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Playing on a sandy beach isn't something you get to do often, is it? Good point. Okay, let's all go to the beach then. Also, now that I'm looking at it, where is, Can I hide this? I forgot. Oh, okay, never mind, you can. I thought the emblem on Maria right here was part of the Umineko title design right here. So I was like, where is Maria's design? Let's all go to the beach then. Let's go, let's go! Maria, be careful not to get your clothes wet. Or your shoes. Won't get wet. That obedience is cute. Battler-kun, make sure you keep an eye out for Maria-chan, okay?
Sure, leave it to me. Hey, you're pretty obedient and cute yourself listening to Kirei like that. Why don't you also listen to me obediently for a change? Hell no. Let's go, everyone, come on.
The children flew out of the parlor. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed a serving cart in and prepared to serve the tea. The parlor was filled with a sublime aroma, which delighted everyone while they were waiting to sate their thirst.
Rudolph's family certainly seems close. It's a wonderful thing. Quit it. We're no match for your family, Aniki.
That's true. You've raised Jessica-chan to be so adorable. I imagine that's yet another fruit of your talents and dedication and training, Natsume-san. Thank you.
Natsume answered coldly. The conversation broke off then, and the parlor fell silent. The girls are fighting! Maybe Hideyoshi couldn't bear the silence because he broke it himself with an exaggerated gesture.
Still, they sure do grow fast. I thought they'd be kids forever. They start getting huge all of a sudden, and then they're all adults like us. Battler-kun looks like a completely different person now.
His body has grown much bigger, but he's still just a kid. Though you could say the same about my husband. I wonder where the border between child and adult is. I still don't feel as though I've grown up.
Isn't that pitiful? That's not something the mother of a child should say.
That's right. We're not children anymore. We're all adults now. So I wish we could talk together on an intellectual level, rather than an emotional one.
When Eva smiled with sharp sarcasm, everyone seemed to get more tense. Yeah, they all suck. It felt as though that pleasant tea and aroma had been tossed out the window.
Since long ago, we've always endeavored to engage in intellectual conversations. It seems your sarcasm occasionally misses the mark, just as it always has.
What is it that you've always endeavored to, what is it you've always endeavored to do? My. I wish I could wrap those words up and send them to this room a few decades ago. Right, Rosa?
Rosa gave a vague smile. She knew that whether she agreed or disagreed, she'd earned the displeasure of one of her siblings. It was a bit of worldly wisdom that had been essential for someone growing up as the youngest sibling.
Quit it, Aniki. We better get started on our main topic while the brats aren't around. Let us make that our intellectual discussion.
As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a slight sigh, and some let a small look of resignation cross their face. They were approaching their unavoidable true agenda. Last year, his life expectancy was estimated at about 3 months. Which I guess means he's got negative 9 months left now. Should we take that to mean it might suddenly happen at any time?
The family head is still alive and well. The fact that you bring up such an inappropriate topic under the light of day makes me doubt your sanity, Rudolph-san.
Still not to be son. This is the sort of thing you can't put off until after it happens. He's still healthy now, which makes this the perfect time to talk about this, while we still got time to plan. It's just a bit of financial etiquette, you might say. Seems father is the focus of everyone's concern. Dr. Nanjo, could we hear the details from you? That appears to be what everyone else is waiting for, after all. Why does Rudolph sound so hot? I think Rudolph has a crazy VA, right? Like, who was Rudolph's VA again? They had like a pretty good VA. Umineko VA. Rudolph is voiced by Rikiya Koyama. Rikiya Koyama do got some heat. Yeah, that's Kiritsugu Emiya. Taiga-san. Yeah, right, it's Saejima. I forgot. Yeah, now I'm just gonna hear Saejima. Saejima Yakuza, like a dragon. We love Saejima in this house. That appears to be what everyone else is waiting for, after all. Nanjo, who had been standing by the window and staring out at the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized he was being called.
Dr. Nanjo, how is father's condition?
Well, to begin, allow me to start with a revision, since my estimate last year that he only had 3 months left was not borne out.
No need to explain. You're saying that measuring remaining life is only a prediction, not a promise, right?
That is correct. Because of that, while I will accept everyone's repeated questions, I can by no means confirm when he will pass away. A human life is supported by their body and their mind. If the body is weak, the situation becomes more dangerous. But if the mind is strong enough to compensate for that weakness, the effect of one's condition can sometimes remain in a subdued state.
So you're saying that even if his body is weak, his mind is still firm and spirited?
Kirie, sorry, but could you please stay quiet for a bit?
I'm sorry.
That is correct. Ginzo-san's body is being overwhelmed by the demon of ill health. This will hold especially true as long as he continues to partake in such a strong alcohol. So he is in a crisis now because he drinks. And maybe he lived this long because he drinks. There's Dad for you, the heavy drinker.
Well then, Doctor, I know you can't give anything more than a prediction, but what do you think about Father's chances of living until the day next year? That's quite a rude question to ask about the family head.
Natsuki jumped on Eva, not even bothering to hide her astonished expression. Eva stared back daringly, but Hideyoshi realized what was going on and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile. This voice cast is crazy. How big was the budget for the PS3 version, right? It's like nuts. Like, Daisuke Ono for Battler. Oh, I haven't. This is spoiler, but I don't know who they are. We'll just keep it going. But like down the list, like, yeah, Daisuke Ono, like Saiko Ohara, Keiichi Suzumura, Maria Noe, Yui Horii, Rina Sato, like Miki Ito, like it's nuts. It's stacked. It's stacked as all hell. And so many characters that I like have not seen. But we won't look ahead. It is spoilers.
Natsuki-san, forgive her. Eva, choose your words a bit more carefully, okay?
I'm sorry. I was just so concerned about Father's condition. Is that so? I hadn't realized.
Dr. Nanjo, please tell us. For the sake of the beautiful love of a daughter worried about her father's lifespan.
Kraus laughed sarcastically, and Eva, smiling sweetly, returned an identical chuckle.
You ask whether he will still be healthy next year. But as a doctor, it is very hard to say. Because while I do think this lull in his condition will continue for a while, if he suffers some kind of fit, there may be nothing we can do. After all, Okenjima is a solitary island.
Yeah, most of the budget probably went to the voices. I wonder what the cost ratio of jobs. 3D animation games are expensive because of models and rigging. Visual novel is considered cheapest, but including voices, I wonder. It's hard to say. Because, like... Here's the thing when it comes to, like, 3D animated games and models and rigging. It's, like, only as expensive as how much you pay your, like, workers or contracts. Whereas with, like, visual novel, like, talent, or, like, voice actor talent, it's, like, a different story. Especially when it comes to, like, celebrity, like, cameos and stuff, where they kind of operate on a totally different budgeting structure. Like, I think a company will totally underpay, like, a very good, like, animator and rigger, but will pay immensely for a more public figure, like an actor. So, like, I think in any regard, voice acting is always one of the more expensive roles to fill. I mean, maybe it's just like me being like in like the indie scene where like I have to wear a lot of different hats, but like I feel like if we were to have to pay like an actor, it is more expensive, but it's less work. It's more like you're paying someone like, I don't know, $25 an hour, like over the course of like a couple of months, over like a voice actor who you probably have to pay like, I don't know, maybe like 40K to get like all their voice lines recorded and like their fees and stuff situated. And that's probably even on the low end. Yeah, most of the music's probably from the original release too. I don't know. I think the more publicly facing parts of things tend to always be the most expensive. So, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's one of the reasons why they recast Peter Dinklage as the voice of the Ghost for Destiny. Because, like, I think when Destiny was still coming up and Peter Dinklage was the voice, it was like, oh yeah, we're paying for Peter Dinklage and he's doing the voice. And then he got really, really big after Game of Thrones. And it's like, oh, well, now we have to pay your Game of Thrones fee. So let's find someone else. And that and scheduling, too.
After all, Okenjima is a solitary island. It is not as though an ambulance could quickly jump in to save him. Normally, I would want to have him placed in a large hospital on the mainland, but Father stated that he does not want his noble research interrupted. It seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out last year.
Yeah, it's very much a long-term thing. I can understand from like a monetary company standpoint why a lot of Microsoft-owned teams tend to be on the contract basis and they don't like keep employees, which obviously fucking sucks. But like, it's way cheaper to hire someone in the short term than to keep someone on a team forever. But it also is like cheaper to have someone on the team forever because you don't have to onboard new employees. Like, when a new project starts or when a project needs work, that work will like immediately get done. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough out there.
Apparently, he strongly suspects that he'll be shut away in some hospital if he goes outside.
Wait, did I read his first line?
Father states he does not want his noble research interrupted. It seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out last year. Apparently, he strongly suspects that he'll be shut away in some hospital if he goes outside.
Also, hello, Eli. Good to see you. Good evenings. Yeah, hello.
And that's how things are now.
Has Dr. Nanjo been examining him?
Father trusts Dr. Nanjo. Seems he can be examined when in one of his better moods. I can examine his condition, but if you try to recommend medicine or hospitalization, he refuses to listen. I've really only been able to look. It's true some people hate doctors. Still, what a hassle.
Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination is to determine what medical treatment would be appropriate. Receiving an examination and then not following the advice given makes the whole thing pointless. Just like a look ahead. I like how immersive visual novels are. Yeah. No, they do such a great job at making you immersed in characters. I think that's the thing. Because, like, it's a different kind of immersion for sure. Like, when the primary, like, scope of a project is like, oh, hey, get invested in these characters and the way they talk to each other, is versus, like, having to also juggle, like, different, like, gameplay elements and stuff. It's, like, trickier to be, like, immersed. They do one thing, and they do one thing really, really strong. And that's enough to, like, overpower what's needed to be immersed in, like, a setting. Nanjo looks familiar.
So to sum it up, he's still expected to live 3 months. There's no way to guess how long he'll continue to live while still on the verge of death.
Rudolph-san, couldn't you be a little more discreet with your words?
Sorry. I've always talked this way. Give me a break.
I understand how Dr. Nanjo sees it. What about you, Krasny-san?
To be perfectly honest, I have to disagree with Dr. Nanjo.
Who is Kraus, by the way? Kraus VA? Jirota Kosugi? They aren't in a lot of things that I know personally. Yeah. I don't know too many of these.
To be perfectly honest, I have to disagree with Dr. Nanjo. I find it truly difficult to think of Father as a person so sick that he has only 3 months to live. His yell is as healthy as ever, and I still get chills at the thought of his fist raining down on me. Pushing the care of your father solely on our shoulders of the eldest sibling is far from fair. The next world get born after me. Okay, let's get back on track. So in the opinion of our impartial and neutral doctor, it wouldn't be odd for him to go any time. No offense to you, Anaki, but I'd rather trust the opinion of an expert in his field. Which means it's definitely not too early to start talking about Dad's assets.
Father's personal funds probably reach as high as several 10 billion yen, right? But it's not as though that's all neatly gathered as ready cash. It's not as simple as simply cutting a birthday cake with a knife.
That's an interesting way to put it. That's right. You sometimes get strawberries or chocolates on top of the cake, making it hard to cleanly cut into equal parts. Given that, don't you think it's important to discuss beforehand how best to stick the knife in?
I cannot understand how you all so openly discuss this, as though the family head is dead, even though he's still alive. Come now, don't you see how important this is? After all, when the time comes, the inheritance of his fortune must be carried out immediately, right? Moreover, the glorious Ushirimiya house's wealth is vast. Don't you understand that careful discussion is necessary beforehand? That's a huge difference between the family resources and family's wealth. How rude. My birth family has nothing to do with this.
Natsuya responded indignantly, though in a low voice, and the already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile.
Give it a rest, Eva. Natsuya-san, forgive us. Pardon her rudeness.
Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forced smile, but it only resulted in making the hostility between Eva and Natsuya even more intense.
It seems I'll just get in the way if I stay any longer. Please excuse me.
Nanjo rose from his seat and exited the parlor. To an outsider, it may have seemed like a normal act of courtesy, but his back was watched by several glances envious of his ability to escape. After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had disappeared into the distance, Kraus recrossed his legs.
In other words, this is what you would all like to say. Father's remaining life is short. You want to quickly enter into a practical conference concerning the distribution of the inheritance. Why are you so eager, I wonder? Certainly, as you say, estimating and distributing the Yoshida family wealth is no simple task. In that case, shouldn't we make careful and deliberate calculations? It seems to me that you are all impatient to split up the cake tonight. Isn't that true, Rosa? What reason is there to be hasty?
We aren't being hasty. However, we need to have an agreement between the siblings. It doesn't matter what we do, it doesn't matter when we do that. But if the day Father's condition worsens is approaching, discussing the matter beforehand hardly seems hasty to me.
Rosa shot a glance at Eva and Rudolph. As the youngest sibling in the family, it was hard for her to be cross-examined by the eldest.
Oh? Is that your true opinion? I didn't expect that the most honest and pure-hearted of the siblings would say something like that. I wonder if those two told you to say it. Quit it, Aniki. Rosa's one of Dad's kids, too. She's got as much a right to his inheritance as the rest of us. It's only natural that she'd be interested. After all, Dad'll definitely die, and that's not something that'll happen in the distant future. On the contrary, Aniki, you're way too relaxed. It almost seems like you'd like nothing better to turn this discussion away from the inheritance issue.
What do you mean by that? Are you trying to accuse my husbands of something? Or my husband of something? Husbands?
Calm down, Natsui-san. Listen to what we have to say.
Nissan, I hear the times have been extremely good lately. Yeah, since last year we've been in an unprecedented boom. And the yen keeps on rising. It seems that it's no longer a dream that the dollar will reach 100 yen.
The dollar did reach 100 yen in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
Also, the ruling party says that it'll establish health resort maintenance law by next year. At this moment, resort development companies across Japan are running about trying to gather as much funding as they can.
You certainly seem to know a lot about that. Japan is about to experience an unprecedented boom. It'll be a repeat of the Korean War demands, the time during which Father revived the Yoshida family. The people of Japan have been working like mad, achieving vast economic growth, becoming the most well-off people in the world, reaching the height of our prosperity. We've reached an era where private spending is vast, which means easy money for institutions that can capitalize on that fact. The three kinds of electric appliances no longer represent the people's needs. The people need ski resorts, golf courses, public pools, resort hotels, and theme parks. Have you gone to Disneyland, which opened just a few years ago? Or Disneyland? What an excellent theme park. It's a place where even an adult can be a kid and have fun with his family. No longer do we count our sole virtues to be selfless devotion, while failing to care for our families. We have become the most prosperous people in the world, and now we can finally enjoy the benefits. Kraus-san, your foresight's nothing to sneeze at. When I heard that sort of thing several years ago, I thought it was crazy. But when I heard about the G5 nations Plaza Accord, that all changed. The yen shot up, and I bet the price of land skyrockets soon too. It won't be long before Japan becomes the economic center of the world. You've got a great sense of the direction the world's moving, Kraus-san. At least there can be no debate about that. I feel the same as Hideyoshi-san. Aniki, you can read into the next decade of history. I'll bet you got that keen sense from Dad. It's incredible. However, unlike Dad, the timing of your prediction has been a bit off sometimes, right?
Nissan, you've been starting resort projects everywhere, convinced that Japan will soon see a boom, but almost all of them continue to fail. While I'm sure that the era you predicted will soon arrive, it seems you misread the timing of that boom. You were too early. You then panicked and tried to sell everything off, which only opened the wound even further. If your nose was really so reliable, then there should be no reason for you to sell off your property. Is this proof that you mistrust your own ability?
Damn.
How rude. Are you trying to insult my husband?
Natsui's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa. Eva, paying this no heed, stared at Kraus with a confident smile. Kraus, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsui to sit down. Please stop, Natsui. Eva's always been incapable of talking any other way. Calm down a little, or your headache will get worse.
Low cortisol and high cortisol. There's proof of your lack of talent right next to us. After all, Nissan, weren't you all excited about turning this island into a resort? You built a wonderful resort hotel and beautifully maintained the garden. I'm just an amateur and don't pretend to understand, but you must have used a significant amount of money for that, right? And what is it that what is that to you? My husband's business is none of yours.
Actually, that's not true, Natsui-san. Rokkenjima doesn't belong to Aniki. It belongs to Dad. Of course, the hotel does belong to Aniki, right? In fact, we've been more than willing to pay lodging fees for tonight. What do you think, Rosa?
Well, if what I have on hand will suffice.
If I can make it into a resort, this island's financial worth will rise. It is true that expenses have piled up, but we can expect a large harvest in the future. When that happens, all of you stand to profit as well, do you not?
I understand that. If the value of this island rises, that'll increase our portions when we distribute the inheritance. Of course, I won't ask you to divide the island and the mansion into 4 equal parts. We can just resolve that matter with money equal to the value of the property.
If you understand that much, what about my business makes you so dissatisfied? We aren't dissatisfied, we're uneasy. In the first place, Aniki, when do you plan to open that hotel? Left this way, you won't get anything out of it except for grubby handprints, right? Or our grubby handprints, right?
That's right. It's an important tool for your business, isn't it? Surely you can't keep it locked up until the moment you open it. Buildings go bad if you don't use them and air them out every once in a while. Even so, it's a bit extravagant for a guest house that we only use once a year. Right, Rosa? That's right. Considering how wonderful it is, I'm sure it'll become quite popular once you open it. Oh. So the hotel you keep talking about is the guest house.
It's splendid. Just as Rosa said, if you were to open it, I'm sure it would become popular. The lodging they had been guided to wasn't originally intended to serve as a guest house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. However, even though it was built 2 years previously, there was still absolutely no prospect of it opening.
Nissan, it's just like all of your enterprises. Your attention and planning are both fabulous. Then it always becomes unmaintainable partway through, and ends before you have a chance to earn any profit.
You were brilliant when you saw that using this land only as a place to live was a waste. I think it was a pretty good plan to turn it into a resort that could use the prospects of marine sports, fishing, honeymoons, and the like to attract customers. If I were the oldest son, I'm sure I'd have strained my brain looking for a way to make a profit off this island.
But 2 full years have passed since you finished building, right? After 2 years, you still haven't had the opportunity to open it. Where's the managing company you entrusted it to? Impertinence. That is not my fault. That is not my husband's fault. There has just been some trouble with the company that my husband contracted with. No matter how you look at it, we're the victims here.
And yet, the rumors we've heard about this company you hired haven't been good at all.
Let's be clear about this, dear. Did you really think we wouldn't hear about how lack of payment, embezzlement, and other issues led to the project disintegrating mid-flight? Huh. We even have evidence. I don't know what kind of evidence you think you found, but it's all baseless. As new members in the tourism industry, it's necessary for us to lay the groundwork with various people. It's also important to investigate the trustworthiness of our partners. It's merely taken us some time to meet that goal.
I'll admit that in my rashness, the hotel was completed too early. However, it's not as though we're paying maintenance costs. It's a foundation that will eventually become immensely significant. Liar. I'll bet you want to liquidate it, but can't. After all, there's no reason for anyone to buy such an extravagant hotel on an isolated empty island without any established sightseeing routes. And anyway, what about all the loans you made for the project? Even if you aren't incurring maintenance costs, the borrowed money that you can't return just keeps growing. Sorry, Kraus-Nissan, but I've investigated the development plan for the island a bit. To be honest, I haven't heard anything good either. Hideyoshi-san, I can see how you might be left with that impression by looking only at the current financial situation. However, this is a forward-looking investment. I have no choice but to admit that my prediction was mistaken, and that up until now, several liabilities have been created. However, the time has finally caught up with me. I will soon regain everything that I have lost up to this point. No, actually all of the investments I have made until now will finally return to my possession. That's right, just like throwing away a small fry, which then becomes a salmon. It will come back even bigger than before. I'll accept that. The resort business will probably see an unprecedented boom before long, so I don't know if it'll be enough to cover all of your debt. However, Kraus-Nissan, after all your failures in the past, who exactly do you expect to provide you with funding? And this isn't some small amount we're talking about here. You'll need enough funding to fill the massive hole you've dug.
What are you trying to say, Hideyoshi-san?
Natsu-san, please don't get angry. We've looked into this too. We checked to see who might have provided Kraus-Nissan with enough financing. Oh? To support his recent large-scale projects despite his string of failures. And we discovered that no such backer exists. The iron rule of the money roulette is that you bet against the loser. Aniki, you're a fairly well-known loser in this field, huh?
So is he like... Alright, because the contractors were on non-payment and stuff? Is that he's doing this out of the... Did he build all this out of just the name of the Yoshimiya family alone? That's a risky play.
It's true that prosperous times are about to come, but when we look for people who consider that enough to overlook your string of failures, and also enough for the investment,
Wow. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. Okay. Or maybe not like that, but either that or they're digging into their own reserves. Maybe he doesn't want to talk about the inheritance stuff because he's already been using Kinzo's money. Could that be what's happening here? So it's like, oh, if we talk about it, they'll find out that that we've been using the money from the inheritance, which bled into all of your guys' inheritance, to build this resort plan that already has failing prospects.
it's true that prosperous times are about to come, but when we look for people who consider that enough to overlook your string of failures, and also had enough for the investment, we found no candidates.
So, the big question now is where you got that money from.
Now isn't this intriguing? And?
Dear, how long do you plan to let these ridiculous remarks stand?
Sit down, Natsu-san. Let's cut to the point. Aniki, you've been diverting Dad's private funds for your own business.
Yeah, there it is.
There's pretty much no room for doubt. If you think we've made some kind of mistake, please feel free to explain.
Rudolph, don't call it diverting funds. This is embezzlement, plain and simple. A huge crime that can be criminally prosecuted. This sort of rudeness cannot be tolerated. How can you face the successor to the Yoshirimiya head family and level these absurd accusations? They aren't absurd, they're right on the mark. I'm sure he'd like to somehow make his business succeed and recover his losses, but his debt keeps getting bigger. He's just trying to cover up the failure of one gamble by making an even bigger one. It's only natural that he'd try to grab any source of funding close at hand. Let me be frank, Nissan. What you're doing is embezzlement. You're betraying father. You know that we'll have the court settle this after it's all over, right? Do you think that kind of person has any right to call themselves the successor to the Yoshirimiya head family? Valda, you dare to claim that he's betrayed the family head? You no longer have the right to straddle the threshold of the glorious Yoshirimiya family. Leave this place at once. Now! Get out! Natsuyu, who had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Eva in a rage. She then pointed alternately at Eva in the hallway, demanding that she leave. Eva took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsuyu as though silently daring her to repeat what she said. Damn, the venom, y'all! However, her mouth was still smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. In that unpleasant silence, Rosa gulped. Hey, Natsuyu-san. To whom do you think you are speaking in such a tone? I'm speaking to the exceedingly rude sister of my husband. As the person in charge of family affairs, I can't overlook any more of this. In charge of affairs? Oh! Be silent, lowly maidservant! Eva folded the fan with a snap and rose to her feet energetically. Oh, she pissed. Compared to the elegance and playfulness she'd shown until a second ago, she was now unimaginably aggressive. How foolish! You stand down! For Eva, the Yoshirimiya family! You tell me to stand down? Me, Yoshirimiya Eva, the third ranked in the Yoshirimiya family hierarchy, and the one allowed to sit at the left shoulder of the head? Know your place. And then look at your shabby self in the mirror. Where is the symbol of the wing on your clothes? Where are you permitted to wear the one-winged eagle? Aren't you nothing more than a borrowed womb to house the next successor to the Yoshirimiya family? Understand your place, you common housemaid! Eva's face twisted hideously at her words, gouged into Natsui's heart, like talons wrenching at it. There were 100 ways Natsuhi wanted to respond. However, her anger and sorrow crushed her throat, and none of those words managed to make it to her mouth. Her anger had nowhere to go and became a single hot tear that slowly dripped down. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that look on her, man. That is crazy. What's wrong? If you have something to say, please do it. Also, they should kiss is also wild. Come on. Eva faced her with a provocative gaze. However, Natsuhi could do nothing but tremble, her clenched fist quivering. Kraus immediately broke that powder keg tension.
Natsuhi, leave your seat. You should go cool your head.
What?
Natsuhi, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack. Oh, I'd be pissed as fuck. You gotta defend your partner. Like, holy shit.
Dear, don't you understand what they're saying about you? These people are basically calling you a traitor to father. You're making light of the fact that we protect the glory of the Yoshida family, even though we're constantly expending every effort to earn that glory from father. They're making light of the fact that we protect the glory of the Yoshida family, even though we're constantly expending wait, I read that. They trample all of that underfoot with their hateful rambling. And you don't even try to fight back? Why? She totally deserves better. I feel so bad for Natsuki here. Everyone fucking sucks, man. I'm only standing up for us because you won't. But you've been putting the entire burden on me for some time now. And now you tell me to go cool my head? It's always me. Even though I've always considered this family's affair so seriously, you've... Man. That's... Damn. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Natsuya was already unable to hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. These guys are way too caught up in, like, this inheritance money bullshit to, like, actually be humans. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Kraus shrugged his shoulders slightly. That's all you're gonna do, man? I apologize for my wife. She has always been bad at controlling her emotions. It's even been rough for me. If that's what's been managing your household, you must suffer to no end, Nissan. Ah, man, I fucking hate them, man. Oh my god. I'm sick. I'm sick. And Kraus is probably just gonna fucking take that. Everyone fucking sucks is a good summary for Umineko Chapter 1. Oh my god, I'd be pissed. Like, that's the type of shit, like, this is why, like, murder happens. Like, deadass, like, if Natsuhi, like, cracks, I would not be, like, surprised in the slightest. Like, this is the type of shit, like, I'd be putting people down. Like, poison the tea type shit. Or, like, I don't know. Madam. It's nothing. Leave me be. Natsuya flew into her room and threw herself onto her bed, lamenting. Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway. Poor Madam Natsuya. There's a deep enmity between her and Eva-sama. Explaining their relationship would be very trying for me as a woman. The Shiromiya family holds blood in high regard. But if a woman marries and leaves the family, they are normally removed from the family register. Thus, under normal circumstances, Eva-sama should have been removed when she married Hideyoshi-sama. Why wasn't she? However, there is no one deserving of blame in this matter. The madam certainly bears no guilt. There is nothing to call it other than a whim of God. Kraus-sama and Natsuhi-sama were not blessed with children for some time. After all, this is the male-dominant Shiromiya family. A wife is merely a tool to create an heir. Let me run that back too, cause like, holy shit. To also have to worry about like losing kids, cause that's what I'm reading this as. Not blessed with children for some time kind of implies that they were trying to have kids and they failed. You're telling me like this motherfucker is treating her like that even after having to deal with the loss of kids? Like put this man in the fucking ground. What an absolute asshole. Jessica's right.
Like, maybe not for her mom, but like, her dad fucking sucks.
If such a wife cannot fulfill her only duty, she will not even be treated as a human. It pains me to remember how the master tortured Madame during that time. Back then, a wedding between Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama was being discussed.
Natsuki needs to pack a bag and dip when Jessica leaves. Is this abuse or just being an asshole? It's both. I think it's being emotionally abusive and also assholey.
Eva-sama was sly. Taking advantage of Madame's inability to become pregnant, she gained the favor of the master. She inspired him to allow her to marry and give birth to a successor herself, making sure to avoid transferring her name out of the Yoshirimiya register.
Let me read that again. I might have missed something important there. It's like a low-key emotional abuse. I don't think it's very low-key.
Eva-sama was sly. She inspired him to allow her to marry and give birth to a successor herself,
making sure to avoid transferring her name out of the Yoshirimiya register.
There was a vast difference in the Yoshirimiya hierarchy between Madame, who married into the Yoshirimiya family and was treated like an outsider, and Eva-sama, who was related to the family by blood and whose husband took on the Yoshirimiya name. Furthermore, Eva-sama actually gave birth first to a boy. As for how much weaker Madame's position was than Eva-sama's, well, I believe you could see for yourself. I'm sure Madame is tormented by the thought that if only she had gotten pregnant earlier, the master wouldn't have accepted Eva-sama's request to keep her last name after marriage, and Eva-sama wouldn't have been permitted to act as arrogantly as she did today. However, that was not Madame's fault. All of the blame lies with God's whims and the stork that delivered Jessica late. Even so, Madame wouldn't allow herself to see things this way. She probably can't help but cry bitter tears as a woman at her inability to carry out the duties expected of a wife. How sad. I cannot do anything except watch over her from the shadows.
Man, that's crazy. That's high-key crazy. Okay, new day. October 4th, 1:30. Epitaph of the portrait. We crossed the hall again on our way to the entrance. As we did, we once again spotted that witch's portrait. However, spotted is probably not the best word to describe that experience. I need to be taking more screenshots, by the way. We're missing out on, like, taking screenshots. I'm worried about my future thumbnail potential. How do I, like, hide the text? There we go. Can we remember? Can we read the Xenogears fic? You know what? We are kind of on a new day. We are in a new day. It feels like if there's going to be a gap in time to read, now would be probably a good time. Get influenced. Get influenced. I'll open up the fic. We take a look. I do remember you saying it was pretty short, so. Oh yeah, that's pretty short. And we can listen to this music in the background. Does that share? Is that good? Yeah. We will not read the tags. We will experience the story without any we'll be surprised. Oh, and I get See, this is a good reason for me to use my Xenogears voices again. Turn the music down. Oh, really? Oh yeah, it is kind of loud when it comes up. I'll turn it down a little bit more. We'll do like 25. Okay. Citan knocked on the door with a small click. Or Citan knocked on the door. Let me redo that. Proper pacing. Proper pacing and talking. Citan knocked on the door. With a small click, the doorknob turned open and Faye stood in the doorway. Doc, what are you doing here? I have a gift for you, Faye. A gift for me? Yes. Please sit down. I'd love for you to open it. Citan put down the rather large box on the floor. Faye opened the box. Painting supplies? Faye asked, looking at Citan with a mixed look of confusion and excitement. Many find painting to be therapeutic. I thought the activity might help you adjust to your new life here. Perhaps you should give it a try. They set up the canvas and supplies as Faye began to write. Right? Run it back! They set up the canvas and supplies as Faye began to paint. A strange feeling washed over him, despite the fact that, to his memory, he had never painted before. It was like he knew how. Like a deep intuition took over him. He was aware of how each brushstroke should be applied. Citan took notice of Faye's advanced skills. You're very talented, Faye. I can't explain it, Doc, but I feel like I've done this before. But I haven't. This is the first time I've painted, but somehow I just know how to do it. Citan stood for a moment and tapped his foot. Perhaps you were a painter before you lost your memory. But then how would I know? The mind is a mysterious thing. The subconscious often remembers things the conscious mind doesn't. So you're saying that I used to be a painter and I subconsciously remember how to do it? Perhaps, but this is mere speculation. Nothing you should concern yourself with. The more important thing is whether or not you enjoy it. I like it. It's soothing. Boom. Done. That's pretty good. That was a nice little interaction. Very in character too. Applause, applause. Music coming back up. There's always the underlying implication. I can see it. The Faye Citan ship is real! However, spotted is probably not the best word to describe that experience. What did I read before this? We crossed the hall again on our way to the entrance. As we did, we once again spotted that witch's portrait. However, spotted is probably not the best word to describe that experience. It was more like our eyes were inexorably drawn to it. That woman's eyes, with their sage-like glamour, definitely had the power to make those who viewed it stand rooted to the spot. So, this is the witch Beatrice. Wonder if that story is true.
Battler doesn't believe?
Back when he had asked what this picture was, the first person to tell him had been Maria. Therefore, when Battler showed signs of doubt, Maria must have felt that Battler didn't have faith in her. Of course, that wasn't what Battler meant. Faye Citan's a cursed-ass ship. It wasn't written as a Faye Citan ship. It seems to be written in, like, I mean, it's definitely like a Faye Citan interaction, though. I could see that being fit into one of those, like, Xenogears flashbacks. Not necessarily romantic in interest, but definitely, like, relationship building. Maria ran up to the portrait and began banging on a plate hanging below it. Oh, like a title, probably. It's like a lot of art pieces will have. Maybe the title of the portrait was written there. Maria, trying to prove that she wasn't lying, obstinately continued to hit the plate. Sorry about that. It's not like I doubt anything you said, Maria. Yeah, it's platonically intimate. Exactly. It's like thinking about like Frodo and Sam. We do not devalue male friendships.
Battler believes. Ugh.
When he patted Maria's head and apologized, she seemed to accept it, sticking out her chest and proudly oohing. What's this? My beloved witch Beatrice. Behold the sweet fish river. What's with this weird, huge epitaph? The plate did have the title of the portrait written on it, but it was much too big to contain only that. Beneath the title was what appeared to be a long epitaph. If you just skimmed over it, several unnerving words would jump out at you.
Incredible, isn't it? Grandfather had that made. Pretty deep, huh?
In this house, a ship, Yaoi without devaluing male friendships.
I know. It's the place where the gold's hidden.
Oh? Wait. Is it that story about the Shirimiya family hidden gold? Now, there's another thing I remember from long ago. Hold on. Aniki, is this for real?
Grandfather had this made, but he never said anything about this picture on the epitaph.
Oh yeah, you need Japanese knowledge to solve the epitaph? Well, I'll lock in. I'll study Japanese for a year, and we will solve it. Even so, amongst the family, it is often whispered that it indicates the location of grandfather's hidden gold, and that he will relinquish the inheritance and the gold to the person who solves the riddle.
Ooh, I heard that too. I heard it too. Lots and lots of gold. Well, something like that. Something like 10 metric tons of gold bars. I think it's fake though.
Still, when you read about it in an epitaph like this, it almost seems real. I think I already explained grandfather's upbringing, but let me also mention the Yoshida-miya family legend of the gold. Grandfather succeeded the Yoshida-miya family after it was destroyed in the Great Kanto earthquake, and by successfully riding the stormy seas after the war, he managed to accumulate great wealth. Yeah, I'm not gonna put solving it over enjoying it. Yeah, as soon as it stops being fun, we keep going. That much of the story everyone knows. However, this is where the strange part begins. Part of it involves grandfather's black magic obsession, so its credibility is extremely low, but, well, wait until the end before you doubt or make fun of it. After the war, grandfather correctly predicted what the future would hold and won in a huge gamble, accumulating a vast store of wealth. But there's a mysterious legend about how he gained his initial funding. Grandfather came from a branch family and had no connection in the business world or the financial world. Even though he later built connections with the occupying forces, he supposedly started as a nameless person who hadn't yet gained anyone's trust. It takes trust to gather money. There's no way anyone would lend money to someone they didn't trust. The cyclical nature. You need money to gain trust, but you also only get money by earning trust. How did grandfather, who had no reputation at all, manage to obtain his first vast chunk of funds? When asked that question, grandfather supposedly answered like this.
On a certain day, I encountered the golden witch Beatrice.
Grandfather went on and on about his continuing research into alchemy and techniques for summoning demons in order to become a great magician. And the entity summoned as the result of the demon calling ceremony was the golden witch Beatrice. He then apparently made a contract by which he would receive fortune and honor in exchange for his own soul. You know what this is reminding me of, kind of, sort of? There was this book that I was reading and didn't necessarily finish yet, but What was the name of the book? It was like 100 Years of Solitude. I don't know. Something about like the alchemy mention and stuff reminds me of the first part of that. And like how they were like, oh, and also being on like a isolated area in the world too. There's like a little bit of like cross with that, I think. I don't know. I haven't finished the book. I don't know the overall like message behind it too well, but it was pretty good. I also know that it has like a Netflix series, but we were reading the book. He then apparently made a contract by which he would receive fortune and honor in exchange for his own soul. The witch then granted Grandfather 10 tons of gold. Grandfather used this gold as collateral to prepare a vast quantity of funds. It's like that celebrity girl fleeced hotels and rich people for millions because she was known and trusted from rich parents. Anna Sorokin is her name. I've also heard people doing similar things with Elon Musk, I think. Like, I feel like I remember reading somewhere that there was a person who was using Elon Musk's name as like, oh yeah, I'm Elon Musk's daughter or something like that. And she would be getting into like hotels and stuff for free. Which she then used to multiply his wealth many times over and revive the Oshirimiya family. Umineko Netflix adaptation would be so ass. I know the anime is hated. I've also kind of heard similar, at least, I maybe haven't heard hated, but I know Brando, who, if you're still in chat, you said that Higurashi was good, but then Umineko kind of didn't land the same way. Seems the story's so old that even our parents were told it when they were still children. Good for her, yeah. Squeeze out as much money as you can from that evil fuck. So back when our parents were young, they explored this island in all sorts of ways, believing that the gold Grandfather had received from the witch might be hidden somewhere. However, since there was a danger of them getting lost in the abandoned forest, Grandmother began to spread the story that the witch lived in the forest and approaching it was forbidden. You know what? Hold on. Okay, never mind. Higurashi got the better adaptation out of the two. I remember that old story. When we were little, we also went all over the island searching for treasure after our parents told us about it. Didn't we get lost in the forest once? Then started crying until some of the servants found us? Our parents got so mad. Dang, that takes me back. We sure were idiots, weren't we? After all, Grandfather only bought this island after using those funds to get rich, right? That means he must have had the gold before coming here. Higurashi anime is a good standalone experience, but it really pales in comparison to the visual novel. I haven't finished Umineko, but it seems more complicated than Higurashi. There's no way the gold's on this island. That's not necessarily so. I don't like when his eyes get all like this. I've been like trained to like always be skeptical of guys in glasses because of fucking trails. And when you can't see their eyes, it's like they're plotting. That's not necessarily so. Maybe the gold was hidden on the island from the beginning, and he bought the whole island just to ensure that it'd be his and his alone. There was a whole 10 metric ton of it, right? It seems more realistic that he tried to secure the place where it was hidden rather than try to move it all. This epitaph was made 2 years ago, since Grandfather wrote it himself. Yeah, it does make the legend of the gold seem more believable. The so-called witch's gold that revived the Oshirimiya family weighed 10 tons. Maybe that's sleeping somewhere, ready to be turned over to whoever can solve Grandfather's riddle. Maybe that's why he had it. Guess that sounds like Grandfather's style or something. If it's true, that's pretty incredible. The epitaph carved into the plate was very mysterious, with something like a poem or song written on it. That text is incredibly disturbing, filled with signs of Grandfather's black magic hobby, and its contents were in truly bad taste. but it could definitely be viewed as a puzzle, which, if solved, might lead to its hidden gold. Can I see the epitaph? Or like, are they just gonna keep saying, hey, the epitaph is real, evil, and fucked up? Haha. Could lead to the gold. Whether that's what he intended or not, I can't even imagine what his true motive might have been. All we know for sure is that grandfather put the shady epitaph here, so that everyone in the family could see it. We also know that he's hinted at the existence of the gold without ever talking about where it might be hidden, at least so far. These facts, then, were embellished by the imaginations of our parents, who were convinced that grandfather was challenging us to a battle of wits. Sounds just like my dad, so greedy that he'd take something like this so seriously. He may laugh at grandfather's black magic obsession, but he'd still believe the story about the hidden gold. George looks like Steve Jobs. I kinda see it. Give him a little bit of that like gray hair. He's just kind of hitting that Steve Jobs pose, honestly. Like, if you put him in, like, imagine putting him in a turtleneck. Put him in that, like, black turtleneck, and he's hitting that exact shit. Just sounds so good. Well, it's certainly not a realistic story. What if I just started wearing turtlenecks? It's too hot in California to be a turtleneck user. Oh, but Apple was based in California. What was Steve Jobs doing out here in a turtleneck? Well, it's certainly not a realistic story. At that time, when grandfather was still nameless and had no connections, there was no way anyone would just lend him a massive quantity of gold bars for free. If such a person actually existed, it's not unthinkable that grandfather would call such a sponsor a witch. Beatrice is simply the Akiyama of her time. Akiyama like a dragon. Yeah, but it's 10 tons! 10 tons! If you cash that in, how much would it come out to? I mean, it'd have to be a ridiculous amount, right? A small loan of $1 million, true. It certainly would be a ridiculous amount. Let me look it up. How much is 10 tons of gold worth USD? Whoa, that's a lot of money. That's a number bigger than I can establish in my brain. Roughly $1.2 billion. At least of today, compared to today's prices. Damn. To break that billion is crazy. Certainly would be a ridiculous amount. They say that the total amount of gold mined by humankind since the dawn of history is 100,000 metric tons at most. That's 1/100th of all, or 1/10,000th of all the gold humankind has obtained throughout history. That 1/10,000th of all the gold humankind has obtained throughout history should belong to just one person. It's just insane. On top of that, this witch supposedly had all that gold collected in one place and was able to lend it to grandfather just like that. We're not talking about any ordinary person. Well, to me, that 10-ton number seems pretty fishy. After all, no one actually seen it except grandfather, right? Even if we assume that some generous witch existed and lent him some gold, maybe it was closer to 10 kilograms than 10 tons. Well, I mean, how much is 10 kilograms of gold? 10 kilograms is still a lot. Because that would be $1.3 million USD. Even 10 kilograms would be a pretty incredible sum, right? Ooh, 10 kilograms of gold is how much? Ryu, who wasn't following the story and felt like she was being spoken to in riddles, finally found a place where she could ask us a question. It was a question I also wanted answered right then. Whether it was 10 kilograms or 10 tons, it still felt like a huge amount, but I had no exact idea how huge. George Aniki folded his arms and tried to remember the market price of gold.
Well, even the value of gold is affected by the market, and the value of physical gold can change depending on its purity and the trustworthiness of the foundry. You also need to pay handling fees to cash it in. However, that doesn't change the fact that it's a precious metal, and some people estimate that humanity will mine all the world's gold within half a century if gold mining continues at its current rate. Just guessing haphazardly, I think you could expect a price of about 2 million yen per kilogram. Damn. Whoa! Just now I randomly said 10 kilograms since it sounded smaller. But even that would be worth 20 million yen, wouldn't it? Ugh. I weigh 28 kilograms. How much is that again? How much is 28 kilograms to like a freedom unit? She weighs 61 pounds. She's so throwable. Which means that if we had Maria-chan's weight in gold, we could estimate its worth at over 50 million yen. Yeah, NASA's still aiming to catch a gold meteoroid. That's just unbelievable. How much would 10 tons be then? 10 kilograms is 20 million yen, which you multiply by 1,000, so 20 billion yen? What the hell? How much is 20 billion yen actually worth? We can only measure its relative to our own pocketbooks. Anyways, let's say that a person's wages over a lifetime are about 200 million yen. Is 200 million yen a lot of money? Let me think about it. What does Battler think about that amount of money over a lifetime for someone? Is that like the standard, or is he shooting kind of high? Okay, so if we assume that's like $1.2 million in USD at this current point in time, so let's assume that feels like a lot of money still. That feels like a lot of money. Maybe even more back then. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too poor to understand. But I totally don't I totally don't believe I'll ever break $1 million. I'd be surprised to break like 100,000 in my lifetime. No, that's not fair. 100,000 is pretty reasonable. Because if we're getting hold on. Maybe I'm just bad at math. 25. I'm just bad at math. So yeah, I'm very bad at math. Okay. Yeah, $1 million isn't that much in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, thinking about it, because I'm looking at it. If you work at a job that gives you 25 an hour, I've probably surpassed that 100,000 from assets. But as far as liquid capital, no. I guess maybe that's my difference in thinking. It's if you had just $1 million in liquid capital outside of assets owned, I don't think I'm ever gonna break that. That's a different story. I don't think I'm ever gonna open up my bank account and see oh, there's $1 million just sitting in there. Imperceivable. But I don't know. I might just be poor maxing. You grow up and work like crazy, sacrificing your life for your company, and you're finally freed as you approach old age.
Also, if you aren't planning on wrapping up stream soon, I'm going to leave and go to bed. Yeah, we're probably going to be wrapping up really, really soon because I like to stop at 11 p.m. Around my time. So we've got like another 15 minutes left. Everything included retirement money might add up to about 200 million yen. In other words, that's the amount of money that'll be made throughout a human life. Oh, but that didn't answer my question though. I got caught up in the fact that I'm poor, that I didn't think about how much money 200 million yen might be for like the average person, adjusted for inflation. Yeah, I'll stay for another 15. Well, thank you, thank you. So like, let's think about it for a second. 200 million yen. If the yen is currently valued at, well, let me see. How much is $1.2 million in 1986? I wish the game would translate money amounts. Yeah, I'm too American to understand anything other than USD. Look up inflation. Inflation calculator. Okay. So if in 1986, I purchased an item for, let's say, $1.2 million. That's effectively $3.7 million. Let's think about it like that. $3.7 million. And then, where am I getting my values? Yeah, look up inflation, famous last words. Look up Nichi Rokuha inflation. There is nothing. Yet. Well, yeah, 3.7 million. 3.7 million. Feels like a lot. And it's hard to investigate averages because the hyper rich inflate those averages far too much. Like when you say like what's the average amount of money someone gets in like the United States or whatever, it's like, oh yeah, but you're also like counting, you're also adding like a fucking multi-billionaire or like, yeah, like multi-billionaires into that equation that totally vastly skew the amount of money in the like normal person's hands. Yeah, I can fix that. We would happily take any fan art, even if it is me being inflated. I don't know. We're getting too money focused right now. I don't like thinking like that. In other words, that's the amount of money that'll be. I'll be happy knowing that he's thinking like the average person in their life might get like somewhere close to $3.2 million. If I were to say, allow me to be bold, that still feels like a lot of money, but maybe I'm not thinking about money clearly enough. No, you could even call it the value of life. If 100 times that sum is an unbelievable amount of money, if you work from age 20 to age 60, that's 40 years of work. So it's equal to 4,000 years of wages. If you worked every day starting from the Jomon period, you'd only reach that number about now. Damn. Is 20 billion yen a lot?
Heck yeah, it's a lot. Maria, you love shortcake, right? You could buy more shortcake than you could possibly eat for the rest of your life. However, while that might be possible with 20 billion yen in cash, I don't think it would be very realistic to have that much in gold bars all in one place. Yeah, all about relativity, yeah. Just as I said, gold is extremely heavy, so it isn't exactly convenient as a method of storing wealth. Sure, you could imagine someone gathering their fortune together as incredibly high-value stocks for precious gems. You often hear people who traded their wealth for precious gems, so they could carry it around with them during the chaotic times of war. But you don't usually hear stories of people exchanging their wealth for gold.
It may be heavy, but it's the most trusted and stable form of wealth internationally, so maybe that was important. For example, bonds are just scraps of paper if the whole country goes under. You can also look at it that way. But even one 10-kilogram ingot is pretty heavy to carry around. Is it? Oh yeah, never mind. How much is 10 kilograms in freedom units? If Maria is like 20-something kilograms, and that's 60 pounds, carrying around a 30-pound ingot, 22 pounds. That's not that heavy. Haven't you heard? A 50-kilogram person can't carry a 50-kilogram bag over their shoulder. It's all about leverage. With that many gold bars, the amount of labor and risk for one person would be hard to calculate. So what you're saying is, well, it would be one thing if you had a stack of banknotes worth 20 billion yen. You know what, yeah, 10-kilogram ingot is heavy physically and mentally taxing trying to hide it consciously. Yeah, because thinking about, like, the compressed 22 pounds, like, tucked away into a backpack or something, that's unnatural feeling. So what you're saying is, while it'd be one thing if you had a stack of banknotes worth 20 billion yen, 20 billion yen in gold would be such a big mountain that practically it'd be kind of pointless. That's right. Although the legend of the gold does have a pretty interesting ring to it, just the part about the 10 tons of gold makes it pretty much impossible. If you think about it logically like that, it sounds obviously fake. Kind of brings you back down to reality. Anyways, that's grandfather for you. Maybe he exaggerated the story of how some kind wealthy person gave him a loan by saying he got 10 tons of gold from a witch. Even the number 10 tons feels pretty symbolic. You mean like his gratitude for the money he borrowed was worth 10 tons of gold or something? Maybe some rich man's leisured wife generously granted it to grandfather. And maybe he started calling this person a witch. I see. Jessica's example isn't bad. Someone who generously lent a huge sum of money to grandfather when he still had no reputation. So the working theory right now is grandpa laid pipe on a rich man's wife and then got money from her. Grandpa got sugar daddied into, or what is it? Yeah. Or grandpa got sugar mommied into money. Huge. To be a rich man's leisured wife, yeah. Someone who generously lent a huge sum of money to grandfather when he still had no reputation. Might as well be called a witch. Furthermore, grandfather actually did use that money to build a vast amount of wealth later on. The fact that this person was so great at judging people might also justify calling her a witch. And since she went to the trouble of lending all that money, she might have enthusiastically overseen how it was spent. The decision to unexpectedly get involved with the occupying forces and profit from the Korean War demands might have been inspired by the witch herself. That might explain why he claimed to have received both wealth and honor from her. I see. So in other words, that witch lent grandfather the funds necessary to revive the Rishidamiya family. He owed her big time. And then he felt so grateful that he had that huge painting drawn and displayed. Yeah, it's not a crazy story. It's even possible this person was an old granny who looked like a witch. She don't look that old. Like I said, she's giving anime 17. Maybe grandfather idolized her, and that's why he had her drawn to look so beautiful. I'll bet if we ever did meet this person, she wouldn't be nearly this pretty. That's possible. The name Beatrice sounds pretty Western. If you think about how everyone in our family has Western names, maybe even the name Beatrice is the result of grandfather trying to rearrange some Japanese person's name to make it sound Western.
I get it. That means this pretty girl doesn't exist outside the picture. Guess that means I won't be able to rub those elegant breasts. In the first place, isn't having a witch pretty bizarre itself? Like you could find something like that anywhere on Earth. I laughed and made fun of the witch, trying to distinguish myself from the kid I was 6 years ago, who feared the witch of the forest when Maria tugged on my sleeve. What's the real life age of that anime 17? Depends on the aesthetic. Some anime 17s are like a hard 17. Do you know what I mean? I think in the context of like the art style of this game, she's looking really young, I will say. Maria tugged on my sleeve. I could tell by how hard she pulled that she was a bit upset. What is it, Maria?
Beatrice exists! The One Piece is real! Ooh.
Maria stared up at me. She had on her usual sour look, but I could tell she was angry by the color of her eyes.
Witches exist! Witches exist! Ooh.
18 early 20s? Yeah. Well, sure they do exist. If you turn the TV on and watch anime or something.
Exist! Witches exist! Ooh.
I started getting impatient, not knowing why Maria was jumping on me like this. Then Jessica tapped me on the shoulder and whispered,
Dumbass, you're smashing a kid's dream. Maria really believes things like witches and Beatrice exist.
like Santa Claus. Wait, fuck, Santa Claus doesn't exist? Come to think of it, Maria-chan in social studies at your school, when you were asked to write what you wanted to be when you grew up, you wrote a witch, didn't you? Maria nodded seriously. Tears started to run from the corners of her eyes. I could see Maria kind of like magical girl coded. Can y'all see it? Do y'all see the vision? She's kind of given like magical girl vibes. I see. So a girl who wants to become a witch in the future. The existence of Beatrice is proof that witches do exist in this world, and was therefore an image that she yearned after and admired.
Exist.
She is magical girl coded.
Witches exist. But Paddler still doesn't believe. Ooh.
It's okay, witches do exist. I believe it. George Aniki kneeled down and hugged Maria's head. Watching this, Jessica poked my side. So that's what it is. It's like shouting that Santa Claus doesn't exist. I made that joke. You can't make that joke, Battler. I did. In front of a child who believes in him on Christmas Eve. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to shatter kids' dreams. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make fun of your dreams, so I apologize. Beatrice does exist. Even now, she's living in the forest and comes to the mansion every night to peek in and see what everyone's doing. So you shouldn't go into that forest. At night, you mustn't stare into the dark forest. You might be seen by the witch of the forest, Beatrice. Also, let me grab... I'm pre-aiming a screenshot for me to use for the thumbnail next week. Okay. After all, grandmother said so.
Ooh. Really?
She actually references Cardcaptor Sakura later. Oh? Yeah. There it is.
Paddler really believes?
Yep, I believe. Sorry for doubting. Come on, let's make up. I stuck out my hand. Maria grabbed it with her tiny hand and we made up. Maria didn't grumble any more than that, so George, Aniki, and Jessica were relieved. End of scene? An end of night? Right on time? Right on cue? I'm digging that. Honestly, like, damn, couldn't have scripted it better myself. But yeah, it is 11 o'clock. I do think it sounds like I'm gonna have a really busy morning tomorrow with work. So I'm probably gonna go ahead and call it here. It was a very, very good session though. I'm really, really digging Umineko so far. Gosh, like, Natsuhi really got a raw ass deal. I feel so bad for Natsuhi after like what we saw this stream. And it's like, okay, well, we'll see. We'll see what they do to Natsuhi later. Cause like, I feel like all the adults are gonna be assholes, but like, jeez. If we don't get a Natsuhi crash out, they need to treat her better. But yeah, that being said, that will be it for me tonight. We maybe can raid into someone. Let me see. Is there anyone on? Oh, members only chat though. Yeah, Nazi acting like the lady from Diary of a Mad Woman. Okay, has it been too long since I raided into Felania? I feel like that was last week. Eli's on 2. Eli is on 2. We haven't raided into Eli in a long time. It's actually been a really long time. Let's raid into Eli tonight. But yeah, we have this. That is going to be where we're at the end of the night. And our raid message. Nietzsche raid, we run it down. It's okay, Ra. Get raided, Eli. But yeah, that's going to be it for us tonight. Let me make sure to remember to save. And for everyone who stopped by and everyone who stuck around, thank you so much. Always appreciate the company. Make sure to like and subscribe, as it does help us out quite immensely. Oh, why are we not able to save? Oh no! Oh no! The game crashed! It's okay, it's just reading. I can get back to there by next week. But yeah, that'll be it. Thank you so much. Make sure to like and subscribe, as it does help us out immensely. And until next time, GG's.